Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the March 30th, 2020 West Grey Special Council meeting. We have all members of council present. We have a quorum. That is our item number 1, which is call to order. I also want to let everyone know that we are recording this council meeting as per usual, and the recording will be available on our West Grey website, www.westgrey.com. And at this point, I would ask Supervisor Hewlett to provide all the particulars and the features for today's meeting.
Good morning, and thank you, Mayor. And enter the meeting.
Supervisor Hewlett, pardon me. I know from my perspective, your audio had gone out. I wonder if you could please start again. I'm also getting an indication from other members of council and staff that took place on their end.
Sure, absolutely. So if you get disconnected at any time during this meeting, you can dial 1-647-558-05.
Supervisor Hewlett, you left at a really important juncture in your statement. I wonder if you could talk about if somebody gets dropped from the, this is poetic license, if you will. Could you please start again in terms of if an individual gets disconnected?
Just checking, can everybody hear me okay, or am I still losing audio now?
I'm seeing from everybody thumbs up or a nod, and I certainly can hear you as well. And
okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Slightly ironic that we lose audio during this portion of the meeting.
Indeed.
If you get disconnected at any point during this meeting, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID 838-1281-7285. Both members of council and staff have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be raising their hands on videos to speak. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance throughout the meeting, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Hewlett. On item number 2, moment of reflection, if you'd be so kind as to take a quiet moment. Thank you. Item number 3, declaration of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Members of council, is there anything to declare at this point? Seeing none, you can declare at any point that you have a pecuniary interest. So on item number 4, delegations and presentations, we have on item 4.1, West Grey Police Board Chair Doug Townsend and Board Member Helen Claire Tingling. Welcome. I see that Doug Townsend is here, and I also see Helen Claire Tingling. Good morning to both of you. So
good morning, mate.
We will have the presentation with regard to the West Grey Police Services budget. So please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Just want to check everybody can hear my audio all right? Yeah. All right, great. Thank you. Well, good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. I'm here as the board chair for the West Grey Police Service. I'm joined with Helen Claire Tingling, and we will do a presentation to Council to hopefully help you to understand our current budget. You have our current ask in your budget, in your package that you went through for Council. We'd like to emphasize that the cornerstones of the organization, the West Grey Police Service, is community, superior service quality, organizational excellence, and a preferred place of employment. And these are all factors that are in the effective community policing budget that we've presented to you. And we'd also like to highlight some of the principles of the budget when we set the budget. Some of the things we are looking at is the visibility of our police force within West Grey, the service delivery, the enhanced public safety, and most importantly, too, one of the key things is employee wellness. We want to make sure that all our employees, all our officers are safe out there while they're protecting all of us here in West Grey. The West Grey, as you know, from a police service standpoint, we are the biggest of, geographically, we are the biggest of any area covered by a police service board of any municipality, being Saugeen Shores, Owen Sound, or Hanover that are around us, that are all community-based policing. You know, we have, and I don't need to probably tell the council, you know, the vast range of area that West Grey covers, 882 square kilometers. We patrol 753 kilometers of road. An interesting point is our cost per household. Of all our neighboring municipalities, municipal police services around us, we are the lowest cost per household of anywhere in this area. We sit at $550.02. These numbers are based on 2020, I believe. And the provincial average is $886 per household. So our members are doing a great job, and we are very pertinent of the dollars that we do spend, and we're providing an excellent service, I believe anyway, for the dollars spent per household in West Grey. Residents per officer. Currently, when you look at the numbers, we sit at 741 residents per officer in West Grey. Now, unfortunately, we have a couple officers that are off. We have a WSIB, we have a disability matter that's going on, which takes us down in our number of officers we have on hand. So our current one officer per resident ratio sits at 962, which when you look at residents per officer in neighboring municipalities, Hanover's at 623, Saugeen Shores is at 675, and Owen Sound's at 630. So our officers are stretched very thin. They have a lot of area, they have the biggest area to cover, and they have the most residents per officer to do their jobs with. Very key things. Calls for service. Our calls for service in West Grey continue to climb. There's just, when you look over stats from 2016 on, 2016, the calls of service just keep going up and up and up, from 3,301 in 2016 to 4,426 in 2020. And already in January, our calls for service have increased year over year from January 2020 to the end of January 2021. We had an increase of an additional 313 calls for service. So our police force is busy. Our police force is stretched thin. Our police force are seeing a rise in different types of crime. I know West Grey is growing. I mean, we all see the development. We see the communiques put out by the municipality itself saying that we're growing, and we feel that the police force needs to grow with it. We need to stay at the level to provide a better level of service, or a good level of service. We need more officers to help us achieve that. we can't keep eroding the ratio of numbers of officers per resident in West Grey anymore. We're stretching our officers too thin, and by doing that, there is a chance for them to get hurt. One has been hurt recently, and we need additional manpower to up our platoon levels to allow us to safely protect the citizens of West Grey. We had a meeting yesterday of the Police Service Board. We've got the most recent stats going to the end of February 2021. And when you compare those to, so January and February of 2020, compare that to January and February of 2021, we are already seeing an increase in break and enters have gone from 3 in the first 2 months last year to 8 already this year. Domestic disputes, unfortunately, they're about the same as they were last year at 10 and 9, but you know, things that don't need to be happening in our community. Harassment has jumped 100%. It went from 3 in January, February of 2020 to 6 in the first 2 months of this year. Impaired driving charges have gone from 1 to 3. Mental health acts has gone from 17 to 29. Neighbor disputes from 2 to 12, huge jump. Police assistance. So this is where we are called out to help our neighbors, being Hanover, being the OPP, because they need assistance, and it goes the same way, it comes back to us too. But still, our police assistance calls in 2020 for the first 2 months were 43, and this year they're 95. Police information has doubled, went from 32 to 72, and I can go on and on. It's just, things are not getting any better out there. Could a lot of it be COVID related? People are cooped up, those sorts of things. Yes, that is a factor to a degree, but a factor to a degree too is the fact that we are growing. West Grey is growing. We are seeing an influx of population coming from other areas where maybe they have had the pleasure or leisure of doing what they want when they want. And unfortunately, in West Grey, thankfully, our officers do not stand for that. And they are looking into these matters. They are laying the charges. They are apprehending the people. But again, we are getting stretched thin as a West Grey police service. Hours of coverage, staff hours to cover the job has gone up. In the first 2 months last year, it was 4,831 hours. In the first 2 months this year, they've used 5,378 hours. So they're busy, they're on the street, they're trying to protect us, but they need to be protected too. And that's one of our things we will be asking for, as you will see in our budget, is an increase in staff. We need to increase our staff, not only to protect the residents of West Grey, but to protect the men and women of the West Grey Police Force who are protecting us. Also interesting to note, with COVID, I mean, COVID has caused a lot of unique problems and a lot of things in a lot of lines, but it is interesting to note, or I feel it should be noted, that the West Grey Police Force didn't stop for COVID. We didn't go curbside. We didn't shut our doors. We didn't do any of that. We took the proper precautions and we stayed working and active, and every member stayed working and active, because crime didn't take a holiday for COVID. Crime didn't go away. And unfortunately, in a lot of cases, it has become worse because of COVID. So things we need to consider, or you as council need to consider as you're looking at our budget. and our asks for 2021. At this time, before we get into the actual numbers, Helen, Claire, do you have anything you want to add at this point?
Morning. And thank you, Doug. Thank you for laying all that information out. Good morning, Your Worship, honorable members of council. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to help present the West Grey Police Services Board's revised budget for your approval. I'm here with the assumption that members of council and members of the Police Services Board are all working together toward the same goal. And that goal is to ensure adequate and effective policing in our community. But there is a divide we must cross about the cost of providing those services. As members of the Police Services Board, we acknowledge that operational decisions about policing belong solely under the purview of the Chief of Police. We rely on the Chief as operational head to provide information to us about the operational requirements of providing adequate and effective policing to West Grey. The budget is a costing of those operational requirements. When the initial budget was provided to Council on January the 27th, Council requested that the Police Services Board review the figures to look for possible revisions that might lower the total funds requested for 2021 to 2022. And the Police Services Board agreed, and a budget committee was struck for the express purpose of this review. The committee has met on 3 occasions and undertaken a line-by-line review of the budget with the Chief and with municipal staff. In addition, the Chief has met individually with municipal staff on separate occasions to ensure that the numbers were accurate. The committee's findings were presented to the Police Services Board, and a revised budget was passed by the board for your consideration today. Whereas the initial budget request was for a 14% increase, the budget we present today requests an increase of 11.5%. We're here today to address Council's reasonable desire to understand why the budget is so much more than last year. And I offer the following points by way of overview before we get down into the numbers themselves. The first item is that costs were deferred from last year's budget. Last year's budget was underfunded. I understand that the previous year's budget was negotiated down so that the municipality would be able to balance its books. I will leave others to speak to the details of how this situation came to be, since it occurred before my time on the board. However, an increase delayed in any year will eventually need to be reckoned. The real cost of last year's policing was not covered in last year's budget. Costs were deferred and are now needed to be covered by this year's budget. The second point I wish to make is about general increases. There are increases across the board for increased costs for training over the next 3 years. Insurance, there's been a premium increase industry-wide in insurance. The third is increase in police board expenses for legal fees. We have had some legal challenges that have to be covered. Fourth is wages and benefits have increased per the new collective agreement. So again, these need to be factored in. We can't just receive direction for a 0% increase when we are looking at staffing increases as well as these others that I have itemized. In addition, 2 members of our force are off sick, but their wages are still carried forward as part of the budget. We need to have those as line items because we are responsible for them returning to work when they do, and we are responsible for the percentage that is paid that is not covered by insurance while they're off sick. The third point that I want to make to you is the need for increased policing that my honorable colleague has already touched on. I draw your attention to a variety of sources as backup, as support for these points that I'm making. I'll begin with the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, which we all have received and we all think highly of. From page 7, quote, residents who participated in the creation of the municipalities of Bruce and Grey Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan told us that 54% believe that crime has increased over the past 3 years in their communities, and local criminal court data tells us that trends are increasing over time for most offenses. And the cited source for this information is 2017 versus 2019, with a 27% increase over that time. There have also been increasing calls for police service across Bruce and Grey related to violent crime, property crime, crime related to emotional violence, harassment, bullying, as well as an increase in the mental health calls for service by police. In addition, again, I'm quoting from this document, page 7, approximately 1/4 of grades 7 to 12 students report that they don't feel safe at school, that they've been bullied at school, that they're cyberbullied in the past year. Police services data and community engagement survey responses show that speeding, impaired driving, motor vehicle collisions, all of these are areas of concern in Bruce and Grey. Motor vehicle collision deaths continue to be the leading cause of death in 15 to 24-year-olds, and the second leading cause of death in 25 to 44-year-olds. Both of these statistics are higher than the Ontario rates, end quote. So according to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, our residents believe that crime is on the increase, and they are right. Second, under this heading, and again, the heading is with regard to an increased need for increased policing in our community as a rationale for our budget ask. These are some stats from yesterday's Police Service Board meeting that justify, again, the increased need for policing. I'm not going to duplicate the excellent stats that were just presented by my colleague, but I do want to highlight, just bear with me here, a couple that really stand out. Stolen vehicles, more than double. Property related, more than double. Thefts, almost twice as many. Trespass property, 3 times as many. Of particular concern, the mental health calls, 29 versus 17. Police assistance, 95 versus 43. This is apples to apples, so same time period. Again, I'm underscoring information that was just provided by my colleague because I think it's important. Police information calls, 73 versus 32 for last year. Value of property stolen, this is eye-popping, in excess of $50,000 for 2021, as opposed to $2,000 for the same period last year. These are high-end vehicles now that are being stolen. You know, does this have anything to why is this happening? You know, I would respectfully suggest at this point the why is not important. I'm trying to point out facts that these crimes are occurring, they're increasing, they put our community members at risk, and we as the Police Services Board are required, we are mandated to ensure adequate and effective policing in this community. Police hours of coverage, 4,800, I'm rounding, in 2020 for January and February, and this year we're already at 5,300. So obviously, police hours are going up, and we need to ensure that we have police officers in order to carry out those police hours of service. So service calls are up. There's an increase in serious crimes, aggravated assault, and other violent crimes, including sexual violence. There's an increased recidivist rate because of the catch and release, and that creates more costs for our police force. There's more transient traffic coming through our areas. And again, this is documented. This is stuff that I have summarized from our Police Services Board meeting over the last 5 months that I have been a member. Mental health and over 80 increased calls. There's an increased drug use, in particular, fentanyl and carfentanil are in our communities now. We have big players coming here. This should be of concern to all of us. There are also increased demands on our police services due to COVID-19 compliance demands. This will not be a comprehensive list, but just an overview. There's an increase in guarding fees due to changes in provincial court prisoner holding policies. Snowmobile use increase has gone up due to the closure of northern trails. the delay in release to the transportation system, and Public Health Canada compliance assistance under the Quarantine Act, our police officers have had to take on all these additional duties. And there is a cost to those, to continuing to provide adequate and efficient and effective police services, while also picking up the COVID pressures that have had to be taken by every organization, but policing is no exception. The fourth area that I'd like to discuss is budget is in line with the desires of the community. Municipal councils have to represent their constituents. They were elected to do so, and they will not be re-elected if they are deemed by the community to not have the best interests of the residents at heart. You know, I have lived here for more than 30 years. I take pride in our police services, amongst our other emergency services. I am grateful that if there is a home invasion, as we have had in this community, a violent home invasion, that I can pick up the phone and have a reasonable expectation that police will arrive on my property and help me. I don't think I'm in the minority here. I believe, from anecdotal and also the facts that I've provided to you today from, again, the community plan that I was quoting at length at the beginning of my presentation, we all want to know that in an emergency, we can call and reasonably expect that we're going to get police to help us, because that's what they're here for and that's what they want to do. And we need to not cut the legs out from under them. And that's what we would be doing if we do not provide an adequate budget. I have the immense privilege of hearing directly at this time from stakeholders in West Grey with regard to the business plan, because I'm sitting on that committee as well. And while we're in the early stages, we're hearing from stakeholders representing schools and service organizations that they want more police, not less police, in the schools and in the community. In the schools, they want more police to enable a positive relationship, because if we get them when they're young, then statistics show that there's less need down the road when they're adults to then have to deal with them with the portion of policing that deals with crisis rather than deals with prevention. We are proudly so a community-oriented policing community, and we need to continue that. They want relationship building first and foremost. This is what the schools organizations have, and the police, the community organizations have communicated to us. So far, in the 2 days of hearings that we've had, we didn't hear one person say, yeah, you know what, we have too many police in this community. In fact, it was the opposite in every single case. I'd next like to bring your attention to the issue of pay equity. We're currently reviewing pay equity, although we're not at the conclusion part. We are. There are legal requirements under pay equity legislation that is likely going to have a substantial impact on our budget. It is required by law. We can't decide not to do it. We need to bring into compliance. Pay equity needs to be brought into compliance. Other considerations I'll offer to you. There is a Georgian college mentorship that our police officers volunteer to do. Officers are currently volunteering their time mentoring the graduating class of Georgian college students. If the new positions are cut from the budget, it's a lost opportunity to hire new recruits who have received mentoring from our police officers. And if our force is not in a position to hire these new recruits, other forces are receiving the benefit of West Grey's investment, volunteering in mentoring these students. So our officers are putting in their own time to participate in bringing the graduating class forward. And then other police boards are going, whoa, isn't this great? We'll hire them, because we don't have the foresight to budget for these hires. This needs to change. The morale and mental health of our police force is absolutely affected if we expect them to operate while being underfunded. Having insufficient staff has a deleterious effect on the morale and mental health of the force. I remind everybody listening that we had a suicide last year. It's critical that the budget be looked at through a mental health lens. And I'm aware that this council is proactive with regard to these kinds of issues, with regard to pay equity, with regard to mental health. And I urge you to really look at the facts in front of you with the appropriate lens and make the right decision. So my summarizing points here, as bodies, the municipality and the Police Services Board have differing mandates. While the Municipal Council is made up of elected bodies who collectively have to find revenue to fund numerous services, the Police Services Board is responsible only for police service governance. The municipality is tasked with running numerous committees and boards, but the Police Services Board is not analogous to those other organizations. We are arm's length to the municipality. The municipality, the council does not have a paternalistic role to play, does not have, it's beyond their purview to ask us to adjust specific line items. They are really charged with accepting or not accepting the budget in front of them. The responsibilities of the board is to provide adequate and effective police services in the municipality. It is not the Police Services Board's job to solve the problem of how to find these funds. It is merely our job to ensure that the figures that we're presenting for you are accurate and do indeed reflect a real cost of providing the adequate and effective services as mandated by the Police Services Act. We have to determine, after consultation with the chief, the objective and the priorities with respect to police services. And we have done that. I take my fellow board members at their word that they did it all through last year. And certainly since I came on as the newbie on the block, I have spent considerable time and effort, including in a formal position now, reviewing these line by line items with my colleagues and then presenting to the board to ensure that what we're asking for is actually needed. Just a couple more points to make to you, and then I'll be done. I appreciate your time and engagement in this. We have been seized by it since the beginning of the year, and we will not be happy until this is solved. We want to offer up some comments about how potentially this could be looked at to be paid for, even though I've just acknowledged that this is not in our purview. We hope that you'll receive this information in the way that it's intended, which is we're trying to be helpful. Again, going back to my first assumption, which is that we're all on the same page here. As public servants in various categories, we are all trying to do the same thing, which is to find a way to provide policing adequately within this community. Policing costs increase parallel to community growth. I'm aware that building projects are up $1.5 million for council. Arguably, some of the revenue should be budgeted for increased costs of policing because policing goes up alongside community growth. The budgeted 2 new recruits are in response to community growth, in particular Durham's new development. The cost of these recruits could be covered in part by new property tax revenue. The second offer for you to consider, there are additional funds from the province for COVID-19. Some of these funds should be applied to increased policing costs that are related directly to COVID-19. There are many, in my opinion, invisible costs related to COVID, but until we're 5-10 years down the road and we do a longitudinal study, I'm not going to comment or try to make any corollary between increased other costs. I'm just asking you to drill down into the ones that are hard costs that are factually related to COVID. And we have discussed those and they do appear. And we have, as a Police Services Board, passed a motion to request access to some of the funds that are available to municipal council under the COVID relief. These funds will lessen the funds that we are directly asking from council. So in other words, the motion that the Police Services Board passed and has submitted requests funds, and if that motion is approved by council, the ask that we're here today, the 11.5%, could be partially covered by COVID funds. And that, of course, is outside of my purview. I offer it simply for your consideration. So where do we go from here? This is the second time we've been here. I hope I have indicated to you adequately my passion for solving this problem without bias. I undertook the review as the newbie, to go line by line to understand, and partly because I understand that it had never been done before. There had not been a budget committee. And on behalf of the Police Services Board, I feel the need to apologize to council that what was presented to you before did not give you the kind of detail that you needed to make the right decision. And I'm hoping today that our presentation will rectify that. Where do we go from here? Well, the Police Services Act says the board shall submit operating and capital estimates to the Municipal Council. And we have done that. This is the second time that we've done it. We found a typographical error that reduced the ask, and some adjustments were made that can be kicked down the road in another year. And I understand also that there was some hard feeling because council perhaps felt blindsided by the difference in the amount asked last year as opposed to this year. So that has been taken under advisement at the Police Service Board level, and we now will ensure, and you have my word on this as well, that any substantial changes that occur between this budget that we're asking for this year, you won't be blindsided. Those will be brought to your attention so that hopefully this will herald a new improved relationship between the Police Service Board, one of transparency and understanding of our respective roles. However, if we can't come to an agreement today, the Police Services Act does provide an avenue, and that avenue is basically that we go to the province and request adjudication. And I'm hoping that it does not come to that, that we don't have to go to the commission to hear a dispute. I believe that this time we have presented the rationale for the increase, and within about 5 minutes, I'll be handing over my platform, and we will then happily, with the help of municipal staff and the chief, go through any specific questions that may need further discussion. But if the council is not satisfied, then we will have to take that back to the Police Service Board and for discussion at that point. We hope to be able to avoid this step. My personal desire is to build consensus around this issue. By consensus, I don't mean unanimity. I mean that if, as adults tasked with the responsibility collectively of providing policing in this community, that if we don't like, even if we don't like the facts of the cost of providing that policing, they are still facts. This is the budget needed to provide adequate and effective policing in West Grey at this time. This is the full amount that is needed, and I thank you for your attention and engagement for my presentation.
Well, thank you very much, Member Tingley. Very much appreciate your presentation as well. Chair Doug Townsend for your presentation. Chair Townsend, was there any final wrap up that you need to make? I will then open it up for questions, and then I want to focus on the two recommendations from the board. Anything further, Chair Townsend?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mayor. I just at this time would like to actually ask the members of council to actually look at the budget and I can hopefully provide, we can hopefully provide some explanation to some of the numbers. And I'd also ask Carrie Mighton, our Director of Finance, she might be able to assist with verifying some of the numbers that we have here. So if you're looking on your budget and you're going down, and the first item you see in the gray on the far right-hand side is that $65,000. That is the special constable position. And I'm going to ask Carrie here, correct me if I'm wrong, Carrie. Our special constable position is in the Walkerton Courthouse. We share it with Hanover and Saugeen Shores. But when you look at all the numbers, as it pops up 2 or 3 different times through the budget, it's basically, it's a wash. It doesn't affect the bottom line overall. It's just every 3 years, each municipality takes its turn in housing that employee, and it is our current term to house that employee. So although we are paying that employee, we are receiving funds back from Saugeen Shores and Hanover to cover their 2/3 of the cost. So in all essence, it's a wash, and I believe Carrie's in agreement with that. Okay, so when you
Director
see
Mighton,
that,
I wonder if you could just confirm
Yeah.
that, or at least that we've got people listening in as well, so.
okay,
Yes, that's correct. The net result is still just our 1/3 share of the
Mhm.
position, whether it was previously it was contracted to one of the other services and now it's in-house. So
Yeah.
that's correct.
Thank
Great.
you.
okay, thank you. Next gray one down is $9,500 under the police records check electronic fingerprinting. If you look, that was 22,000 in 2020. We're looking at only 12,500, as we are hoping we are seeing COVID in the rearview mirror, and we won't have as many requests as we have had in the past. The next item down is the wage line, where you see $499,024. I would like to circle back to that at the end of my presentation. Next line down, near the bottom of page 1, item 2025, insurance, up by 5,000, totally out of our control. Nothing we can do about that. On to page 2. Police technology niche agreement, again, $4,500, out of our control. The dispatch, police service dispatch, contract issue, we have an agreement with Owen Sound Police Services to do our dispatch. Again, yearly increases, that's part of an agreement, and it is what it is. The next line is the shared position with the special constable. We've addressed that earlier, and nothing really outstanding all the way down to the bottom of page 3. And we have made some adjustments. We have pulled some money out of reserves. You see $40,000 there, which gets us to our bottom line of our ask of $385,906. Now with that, again, as I said, I'd like to circle back to the total wages and benefits line, which is an increase of $499,024. When you break those numbers down, again, the hugest portion of that is what we offset to council last year, or for the 2020 budget, to help accommodate council in reducing their overall rate increase to the taxpayers. We had a senior command position, which we left vacant. We took the monies out from that. In November of this year, it was deemed operationally needed that we start exploring putting that position back into play. Our chief is a one-man show running the operation from a management standpoint. We are getting busier. more things are happening. We cannot expect him to be at our beck and call 24/7, and therefore he needs a second. And that is why we opted to put those funds back in, or start the process to staff that position and add those funds back in to our 2021 budget that we gave up in 2020, for 2020. Also, it was discovered through going back through the numbers, we had a sergeant retire in June of 2020, and we did not budget for that half year of wages. That it was part of our give back to council. And we had to add a cadet, full year replacing a retired constable in 2020. That was part of those numbers that we did not put into 2020's budget. And then there's the added special constable position. All that, those gives work out to $348,000 roughly of that $499. So our negotiated contract wage increase is only $68,500 of that. And then our ask for 2 cadet positions, one starting in May, one starting in September for their schooling. And it should also be noted that when we hire a cadet, they are not, for the better choice of a term, officially roadworthy, I guess is a safe way of putting it, as a standalone constable for at least a year by the time they get their schooling and they get their mentoring at the office and all that. It's basically a year from the time we hire them till we can kick them out on the street in a cruiser on their own and them be a productive officer. So we are looking at the growth that's going to go on in West Grey, and although we're hiring, we would like to hire cadets in 2020, or we are going to hire cadets in 2020. Those cadets actually won't come into play specifically to help reduce our numbers much until 2021. Sorry, we're hiring in 2021. They won't come until 2022. Got to get my years straight. But they are 82,518 of that 499 total. So when you look at our ask of today, which is 385,906, and you take away what we gave up last year, which was $348,000, that realistically, had everything stayed the same in 2020, and we did not assist council in their ask to help reduce their overall budget, we'd only be asking roughly for $37,906, which is only a 1.13% increase would have been our ask this year, which is even below what was mandated to us at the last council meeting of 2%. We would have come below that target. So it's interesting, as you say, when you pull the numbers apart to see that. Now, back to the bottom line. The bottom line, yes, our ask today to council is $385,906, which is 11.5%, 11.47% increase over 2020. We also have, as my colleague Helen Clare alluded to, we have made a request to council to access some funds at this time through municipal grants. And thank you to the mayor for bringing that to us at the board and making that information available to us and having us work at that ask. So that ask is a modernization funding of $50,000 grant that's available. We would like to ask for that. And we'd also like to ask for $75,000 under the COVID-19 recovery program by the provincial government. That $125,000 between those two asks bring us down to $260,906, which is a 7.75% increase over last year's numbers. That is our budget, Madam Mayor and Council. And I guess at this time we will entertain any questions.
Thank you very much. And again, I do appreciate, we as a council appreciate the thoroughness of this presentation, both from you, Chair Doug Townsend, and Member Helen Claire Tingling. I just draw members of council attention to the two recommendations from the West Grey Police Services Board. At this point, I would suggest that, one moment, that we will have the clerk read the recommendations that have come forward from the West Grey Police Services Board. I would look for a mover and seconder for these, and then at that time, look for questions from members of council. So Clerk Scharbeck, please.
Is that West Grey Council hereby approves the recommendation of the West Grey Police Services Board that a portion of the Municipal Modernization Funding in the amount of $50,000 and a portion of the COVID-19 recovery funding in the amount of $75,000 be allocated to the West Grey Police Service 2021 budget.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will move the motion and I'll have a comment when you get a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson, I second the motion.
All right, questions. I will begin with the mover of the motion, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, and I just want to thank both the chair and Helen for their presentation. I think it was very detailed. It was full of facts and stats, and I'm very pleased that you were able to share those with the community. I think it's the facts and the stats actually speak for themselves. I think it's a very proactive approach to ensuring the safety of our officers and our community. West Grey is growing, and I think we need to be prepared for the growth. And I think this is more than a reasonable request. I think it is something that we really need to accept. So I'm very happy to, and I'm very happy to be the mover on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments with regard to this motion? Councillor Townsend. Comments or questions, that is.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I do have a question, and I'll start with the directing it to our treasurer, Smyton. The $125,000 total that's being asked to supplement the police budget, are they one-time charges or are they ongoing charges? And just for the public, the reason I'm asking is because if we reduce ongoing charges in this year, it will only come back and haunt us next year. And the last thing we need is to carry a mortgage forward into next year. And if it's not one time, then we aren't really solving the problem. We're just deferring it.
Director Mighton.
Yes, so the $50,000 from the Modernization Fund would be a one-time towards their updated dispatch radio system. The $75,000 would be from the COVID recovery funding to offset frontline emergency services. So that would be potentially an ongoing, depending how the impact of COVID-19 continues to put pressures on the service.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I don't have a problem with the 50,000 if that's going to offset a one-time. I'm assuming therefore at the end of 2021, similar to a process we're using within the council. And again, I appreciate that we cannot give direction, So it really is a question. Would that cost then be backed out of the 2021 as a starting part for 2022? And the reason I ask that, if one-time charges do not get reversed at year end, which is the practice of most people that budget in most municipalities based on my research, then all that's happening is we're just continuing to keep that in there, and it becomes sort of another bit of surplus people can use as they will, and that does present a problem to us. But on the other hand, again, I guess the other question I had was, while we are incurring costs for COVID, and that's part of the justification for here, then I'm curious as to, does that mean we will reduce our costs when COVID is over, should and when that happens? Should we expect some reduction to our police services at that point, or at least a lack of an increase because we have the capacity? And I'm assuming I would direct that to Chair Townsend and then allow anyone else to respond as appropriate.
Certainly. Chair Doug Townsend.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Councillor Townsend. It would only stand to reason that if, like, we have increased costs now, we have increased service costs because we have to do COVID checks and all those other wonderful things related to COVID. So if our call for service hopefully drops when COVID is over, if and when that ever happens, I can definitely see us, again, I can't speak for the whole board, but it only makes sense that our ask then would be reduced in the subsequent year, that we don't have those COVID related activities that we're taking part in. A lot of our, we shouldn't have those COVID calls, those COVID responses that we have to do right now for public health, to check on groups of people and those sorts of things. Those will go away with COVID, and so should the expense thereof.
Councillor Townsend, I also want to invite member Helen Claire Tingling to respond to this as well, if she cares to.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Yes, happy to respond. This ask with regard to the motion right now on the floor is directly to do with COVID, directly to do with COVID costs. It is an acknowledgement that part of the increase in the Police Services Board budget is directly related to COVID. It speaks to the acknowledgement by the province that there are extraordinary costs undertaken by numerous organizations, including the municipality, that are directly related to COVID. This is, there are two buckets directly related to COVID that have become available to the municipality. And we are asking the municipality to consider reasonably a segment of each of those buckets be applied to the budget for COVID related expenses that have been incurred already by the police services. So while none of us has access to a crystal ball, I'd like to make the following points for council's consideration. This is unprecedented across the board. These costs directly related to COVID will stay as long as COVID stays. So that, is it going to stop? We have no idea. We don't know what the protocols will be mandated by the province and indeed the feds with regard to post-vaccination society. We have no way of knowing that. One of the things that came up in our board services meeting yesterday was approval to get rid of personal protective equipment, which a year ago was being stored and being asked to potentially be recleaned and reused again. I mean, just hearing this now a year in is greatly disturbing to me, that we would be asking our frontline officers to reuse protective equipment. So to the point, we don't really have a way of knowing what's going to happen in the future. All we can do is look at what is on the table. These are real costs that have been incurred as a result of COVID. The province has put up two buckets to help defray those costs. Some of what is in those buckets belongs to the police service to cover off their costs, their extraordinary costs incurred as a result of COVID. I would hope, but I have no way of knowing, that should the Police Services Board continue to be impacted by COVID into a future budget year, that the province would come down again with additional funding. And if we are impacted in our budget because of COVID, that we would also, again, as this year, have access to that additional funding to defray those costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Townsend?
Yeah, I'm just going to take an opportunity to make a comment. And the first one is to thank the police board for the work they've done. And I also want to note that if anyone in the community feels that council does not support this police service, I think they're very, very remiss, and they are very, very blind. If you look at the investment that we are about to put into the police service with a new building, et cetera, it is what it is. It is millions of dollars that will go in, and I appreciate it is our responsibility to do that and to provide an area, a home, if you will, for police services that is functional, et cetera. But it does take a lot of dollars and a lot of support to do that. So I just want to say the discussion that's going on is not one of lack of support for the police service. Quite the contrary, our actions speak differently, and they speak loudly. You know, purchasing the land and then actually about to start the process for building, I think people will see exactly what kind of investment is going into police. On the other hand, I was pleased to hear the partnership discussion, and I appreciate, Helen, that you did go into areas that normally you wouldn't, and I appreciate the fact that you acknowledge that. That's important, and I know Chief Martin likes us to keep on our own side of the fence, but sometimes you do need to cross into those, you know, to point out opportunities that are there, and I wanted to thank you for that. So that's all the questions and comments I have at this point.
Thank you. Couple things. Clerk Charbeck, I would like to say that I'm requesting a recorded vote on any and all items with regard to the West Grey Police Services Board in today's meeting. So I just wanted to let you know ahead of time. And I also just want to say respectfully, it is board member Helen Clare, not just Helen. So that's just an FYI. All right. Is there any other member of council that has questions? And we're on the motion dealing with funding. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you to the board today for such a detailed presentation. And I really appreciate you coming and giving us all those the facts, the information, the data. It really is appreciated. So thank you. And so to this recommendation about the grant funding, certainly I think it makes a lot of sense that, and we have done this in the past, that grants come from the upper tiers to us, and then they're dispersed accordingly to fit our community needs. And I know with the modernization grant a couple of years ago, the police were a recipient, a part of that for police dispatch and cars equipment. And I see that there's another request for that funding. My question for staff would be, my understanding was that this funding has been allocated and a report was sent to the province about how we were to spend the funding that was allocated. So my question to staff is, can this request be accommodated for the Modernization Efficiency Fund? Thank you.
Director Meiton.
Yes, certainly it was intentions with allocations, but it does mean that you need to reallocate from the list that you previously had done and move something around from the list. But there is no, the province, it's not a hard, fast report. It was our intention is to, but we can maneuver that a little bit.
Okay, thank you. So council had a conversation about, well, 4 weeks ago, I suppose, where a lengthy discussion where we allocated funds. And so they've been allocated. I'm not interested in reopening that discussion today. So I can't support the $50,000 request, but I do want to also ask about the COVID funding. And again, a question for staff, how much COVID funding is remaining that we have available? Thank you.
Thank you. Director Meiton, please.
Yeah, so the COVID recovery funding that was announced is just over $108,000. So that is the amount or the portion that they're requesting the $75,000 from. The intention for that is from the provincial grant is for operating costs and pressures. Examples do include emergency frontline response as part of the and COVID personal protective equipment and those types of operating expenditures. We had received phase 2 of the Safe Recovery Fund of $72,000. We have allocated $10,000 of that towards offsetting some of the recreation program lost revenues that we're anticipating. If we combine what's left of that with the remaining 33,000, if you allocate 75 towards the police, that should be, depending on how the fall comes forward, it should help to offset the balance of the lost revenues that we are going to see in our recreation programs between ice rental revenues that we've seen so far with our shutdown at the beginning of this year, but also the non-existing hall rental revenue at all of that's all across our halls. How the fall turns out, will those come back with gathering numbers and events? That has yet to be seen, but those are anticipating that those will not hit the targets. So we will be utilizing the probably the $100,000 that would be left of those two combined pieces if you do allocate the 75 of the COVID funding towards the police.
Thank you, Director Mighton. And so do you have confidence if we were to allocate $75,000 from the COVID funding, do you have confidence that there's enough funding for our other COVID pressures throughout the municipality?
Yes, this is certainly one of the main COVID pressures and this is a definite alignment with it. Will it be enough? We're all hoping so. We don't know what the recovery timelines are actually going to be. So I'm hopeful that it will be enough, but this is certainly one of the main pressures we are facing as well.
Thank you, Director Mighton. So, so just to clarify, Director Mighton, looking at all the different things that we manage as a municipality, if we were to allocate the $75,000 to police, you have comfort in that, and that we have enough in our COVID funds to for all the other pressures that we'll have.
Again, without knowing the future and how the longevity of the COVID funding, yes, we are hopeful, but if things take a turn for the worse, it's, hard to predict, but will we continue to have these pressures as well? And will they go up? Absolutely. When we layer on everything, we're hopeful that the track that we're on doesn't roll back. But if the fall comes out and we have to shut down arenas again and not have ice revenues, will there be further losses? Yep, absolutely. We'll have to try to mitigate those as best we can. But yeah, it should be, I think we're well within what we're projecting at this point based on the known items right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Mighton. And so, Mayor Robinson, I would ask that we split the question for this, that it be divided into the $50,000 amount as one question and the $75,000 as a second question. Thank you. And thank you, Director Mighton, for that information.
Thank you. With that, Clerk Scharbeck, is there a motion required to split the question at this point with our procedural bylaw?
Through you, Your Worship, it's Council's prerogative. If you want a motion, you can certainly call for a motion to do that. If Council's agreeable to separate the question, then we can proceed with the first part of the question being the allocation of the $50,000 of municipal modernization funding.
Okay, so So is council, well, as the mover and seconder, are you in agreement with splitting the question? Or do you wish the question to remain? I'll start there. As the mover, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
I would rather that it all stays together as presented in the budget, because I think that 50 is going to impact the numbers. So I'm prepared just to stand with the motion that I put forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And as the seconder, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I'd like to see it stay together. I'm not sure that we aren't going to have to visit that municipal modernization funding and look at that again to finalize our budget. So I don't have any problem with leaving it in there for now.
Okay, I'm going to suggest how do the rest of council feel? And we'll have to see if it needs to go to a motion, but rest of council in terms of leaving it as status quo. Councillor Shea?
I did want to speak to this, but I believe the clerk was also indicating a desire to speak, and I think she...
Oh, thank you. Thanks for drawing my attention to that, Councillor Shea. Most appreciated. Clerk Sharbach?
Through you,
Yes.
Worship. Thank you, Councillor Shea. I just wanted to say that if the mover and seconder would like to hold it together, then I would recommend that Councillor Hamilton, that you move a motion to separate the question. And
Okay.
then we'll vote on that first. It will be a motion to amend by separating the question. So that will be addressed first, and then we'll go back to the main motion, however it is amended or not.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Help?
Thank you. Yes, thank you most definitely. Councillor Hamilton, are you
Thank
moving
you.
a motion or
I
not?
will. I appreciate that guidance from our brand new procedural bylaw. So thank you. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I will
Absolutely.
move that motion. Thank you.
Okay. Split. So you are splitting the motion for the modernization funding and then a separate motion dealing with the COVID-19 recovery related funding. So that's a mover from Councillor Hamilton. Is there a seconder? Councillor Shea, are you seconding that amendment?
I am, and I will second that, and I would like to speak to it when an opportunity arises.
Okay, I would say that opportunity arises, and please keep in mind, everyone, I did ask for a recorded vote, so I'll be moving the vote portion over to Clerk Sharbach at the appropriate time, but please go ahead, Councillor Shea.
I think we should separate this because I am completely comfortable backing the request for $75,000 from the COVID fund, especially given the Director of Finance's contextual information. And it does seem like these are the sorts of expenses that fund was intended to support. I'm not comfortable reopening the modernization portion, largely because we have already allocated all of the modernization funding. And so if we go into the modernization funding that's already been allocated and say, okay, we're going to pull something away from an already agreed upon spending item and transfer that to police, then we're just going to have to take money out of our general budget to cover that expense. So to me, it's coming out of the same pool either way. The $50,000 for the modernization funding, I'm not going to hold up support for the police budget ask over the $50,000 for the new radio system that I think that represents. So I would rather not sort of reopen the whole modernization funding discussion and just agree to support the $50,000 that the police need for the radio system through their general overall budget request. So that's why I'd like to see the two questions separated, because one I am very in favor of supporting and the other I just can't get behind. And if they remain linked, I would have to vote against both of them, which I really don't want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further questions or comments with regard to separating the items out? Councillor Hamilton as a second-time speaker. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I just, I concur with Councillor Shea. I have the same mindset about that. And I don't see what the harm is in separating them. So I think it'd be, I think it would be Anyway, I think it's a good idea. Thanks, Mayor Robbins.
Thank you. I am going to speak to this item. So I'm going to transfer the chair to the deputy mayor at this point to chair this part, and recognizing that the vote, I've requested it be a recorded vote. So the vote handling will go through the clerk. So at this point, Deputy Mayor, you have the chair.
Okay, I've assumed the chair. Go ahead, Mayor Robinson, please.
Thank you. I just want to identify with regard to this item that the 90,000 regarding the radio communication was originally, and this is to remind council, but to all those citizens and certainly any of our officers and our chief that are listening in, that on the original staff report, 90,000 was suggested by staff to be included in the modernization funding. It was removed during that discussion, and other items were addressed in it. At any point, there was an opportunity to include funding for the West Grey Police Service. And there was an opportunity with regard to the board addressing potential funding opportunities. So certainly modernization was a component of that, and the COVID-19 recovery was a component, and the board identified actually unanimously support for requesting to council that funding be sought in this capacity. Thank you all for your time. I very much appreciate it. Over to you, Deputy Mayor, who's serving as chair at this point.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I believe we still have a couple of opportunities for first-time speakers on this, or is it maybe one? And if I don't see any hands, I'm looking for second-time speakers. And I don't see any, and there was a recorded vote requested, so I will turn this over to Clerk Scharback, please.
For you, Deputy Mayor. On the question, the amendment to separate the question, moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Shea, that the main motion to allocate Municipal Modernization funding in the amount of $50,000 and COVID-19 funding, COVID-19 recovery funding in the amount of $75,000 be amended by dividing it into two separate questions. And for the recorded vote, I'll call your name and ask how you vote. Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes, in favor.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson, no, not in favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, not in favor.
Mayor Robinson.
Mayor Christine Robinson, not in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
So that is a tied vote and the motion is lost. So we're back to the main motion. Through you, Deputy Mayor, you're still chair. Is anybody wanting to speak to that further, or are you ready to vote?
That's where I was going to go. So I believe we'll be looking at second-time speakers now on the main motion, and I see Councillor Hamilton's hand. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. So it's unfortunate because I won't be able to support this because I support it in part. So I fully support the COVID funding, but I can't support a discussion that council's had that spent an hour on, that has reported to the provincial government about how we're going to allocate the funding. I am not interested in reopening that today. So I will not be able to support this. Thank you.
Any other members of council wishing to speak to the main motion? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, and I think I've already stated it, but I'll just state again that I think everything's on the table at this point in order to balance our budget. We have a big job ahead of us to get this down, and I think if we have to go back and revisit some things, then we do it. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors or members of the council want to speak to Counselor Townsend? The second time speaking, I believe.
That's correct. Thank you, Chair Hutchinson. A question to, again, our Treasurer Mighton. We do estimate growth in our budget process, and we do identify the potential increase in our tax revenue. And as part of the actual build, we also have development charges. And can you confirm that the police services are in fact the beneficiary of that process of developing those development charges?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So you're like when we do the development charges study and determine that, yes. So there is a portion that is growth related for the construction of the new police building.
Okay, and so for 2021, have any of those funds been drawn upon for dealing with some of the challenges that the police services has with its costs?
Development charges are only for eligible growth related expenditures. So operating costs are not part of that. It is a portion of the police building only that is an eligible growth related capital expense.
Thank you very much, Treasurer Mighton. That's what I thought, but I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Any other members of council would like to speak to this? I believe we're on second go, and Councillor Shea, go ahead, please.
So just to echo Councillor Hamilton's comments, I really don't want to reopen the modernization fund discussion because I think we'll just be robbing Peter to pay Paul. So I can't support this, but I do think that support for these items, these items request funds that the municipality has discretionary control over be applied to policing. If they're not applied, then we need to take money out of the general levy and apply it to policing. So to me, not supporting this is not in any way an indication that I'm not supporting the police in general, and that I think that we need to have the discussion of if the general overall police request is something that we can get behind. And if we can, then I'd be happy to see that move forward. So I'm not going to support this, but it's not because I don't think this is linked to the really key issue for us today, which is the police budget request. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. And for the final speaker on the second time around would be Mayor Robinson. Please proceed.
Well, thank you, Chair Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I would like to say that support of this motion that's on the floor is definitely support, as the recommendation comes from the West Grey Police Services Board. So by voting in favor of this motion, you are supporting the request coming from the board and ultimately supporting the West Grey Police Services, the officers, the chief, and supporting the community as a whole. So I will be voting in favor of this, the motion at hand. And I would encourage my colleagues around the virtual horseshoe to support this funding for the West Grey Police Services Board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Over to you, Clerk Scharbeck. I know that there's been a recorded vote requested, so I will turn it over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. The motion moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson is that West Grey Council hereby approves the recommendation of the West Grey Police Services Board that a portion of the Municipal Modernization Funding in the amount of $50,000 and a portion of the COVID-19 recovery funding in the amount of $75,000 be allocated to the West Grey Police Service 2021 budget. And for a recorded vote, I'll call Councillor Hamilton. How do you vote?
Councillor Hamilton, no.
Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Counselor Hutchison, in favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
Mayor Christine Robinson, in favor.
Councillor Shay, how do you vote?
Councillor Shay, no.
Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
And that motion is carried.
Thank you, Clerk Scharbeck. I'm going to hand the chair back over to Mayor Robinson to take it from here. Thank you.
What I would respectfully request is that Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, if you could continue with this, I would prefer that you chair. There is another recommendation that will need to be addressed. And then after the conclusion of the vote, if we're completed with the West Grey Police Services
Absolutely.
issue, then I would ask or not issue, I'm sorry, there's a bit of an echo and it's throwing me off slightly. Thank you. So I would respectfully ask that you continue to chair, Deputy Mayor. There is another recommendation that needs to be addressed, and following all the discussion on the West Grey Police Services Board, I will take the chair following that. Thank you very much.
Excuse
Thank
me,
you.
Chair. I have a point of information, I think.
Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Chair. My point of information directed to the clerk is with our new procedural bylaw, are we not going to randomize the recorded vote, or are we still doing alphabetical? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I had forgotten about that and just am in such a routine. But yes, we will randomize them starting right now. Thank you for that.
Thank you. As the first person I noticed, so thank you.
Yes.
And also through the chair, maybe just have a brief recess, like a 5-minute recess, Chair Hutchison.
I'm good with that.
Point of order.
Go ahead, Mayor Robinson.
I think we're dealing with another motion, and I would ask the clerk at this point if this is the most opportune time, because we're dealing with motions. So my question to the clerk is perhaps, would it be better suited that we deal with the all police services issue and then have the break? That's to the clerk on procedure. Thank you, Chair Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Clerk Scharbeck, go ahead, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, it is entirely up to council. The motion is another recommendation from the Police Services Board. There is not a mover and seconder. It's not on the floor until there's a mover and seconder. So it's entirely council's prerogative if you'd like to break now or finish up this Police Service Board presentation section of the budget and then reconvene after a recess for closed session. It's council's prerogative.
Councillor Hamilton, can you hang in, or would you like to take a break?
I'd appreciate even just a 5-minute break, Chair Hutchinson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then we will, I've got 10:28 here, so how about 7 minutes? That'll give everybody an opportunity to get a copy as well if needed. Does that work for everyone? Councillor Hutchinson?
That's good.
That was thumbs up. So what, come back at 25:02? Does that work for everyone? Okay, so 25:02, we'll recess till then. Thank you. And please turn your mics and cameras off. Okay, welcome back, everyone. It is 10:35 according to my time here. I call the meeting back to order. And I see all members of council have signed on. Okay, there's Councillor Shea. She's looking for Clerk Scharbeck now. Welcome, Clerk. All right. I believe this recommendation also has a recorded vote requested by Mayor Robinson. So Clerk Scharbeck, if you could please read the recommendation.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. The recommendation is that West Grey Council hereby approves the recommendation of the West Grey Police Service Board that the proposed 2021 budget increase of $385,906 be presented for approval.
Thank you, Clerk Scharbeck. Mayor Robinson, are you moving this or do you have a question?
Chair, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I am moving the motion and I would also like to speak to it after the second, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Is there a seconder for this recommendation? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll second the motion. I would also like to speak when it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. And we're going to go to first-time speakers. Mayor Robinson, go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Chair, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I appreciate having the floor at this time. I am wholeheartedly in support of the recommendation that is brought forward by the West Grey Police Services Board. I could tell you that when the Police Services Board put the budget together, they used due diligence. There was an opportunity for a second look at the budget. A committee was struck as both Chair Doug Townsend and Board Member Helen Claire Tingley had identified. There were committee meetings. There was also meetings with regard to the budget for the full West Grey Police Services Board. This budget is reflective of the operations that the funding that we need for the operations of the West Grey Police Service. This is representative of adequate service being provided to our West Grey residents and community as a whole. And I am very much supportive of this budget. And it is supportive of our West Grey community, a community that feels safe with our West Grey Police Service. It is reflective of what is required for 2021. And I would urge my colleagues around the virtual table, the horseshoe, to support this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson and Councillor Townsend. And if there's any other first-time speakers after Councillor Townsend, I'll be looking for your hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The first question I have is, again, I'll direct it to Board Chair Townsend, and that has to do with the cost of per household for 2021. Do you have that calculated by any chance?
Yep. Thank you for the question, Councillor Townsend. For 2021 cost per household, no, I do not have that number. And I'm not sure if Carrie can provide it or not. Yes, she's not here yet.
Director Mighton?
Yes, so for 2021, with the budget as presented, $624.79 per household.
Okay. And to confirm, it was approximately 550 was the one for 2020, I believe. 552.
564.32.
Sorry, 564. Okay, super. Thank you very much. So again, significant increase. I do agree that I think the public will support police. They do support police. They understand the need for it. The question is, will they take that much of a levy increase to get there? And that's my challenge. Second of all, I think the reductions last year or the lower budget were nowhere near a $350,000 reduction, if my memory serves me correct. And so I'm not quite sure where all the increases came from, but I'm just concerned about that. And if possible, if either Director Mighton or Board Chair Townsend can actually explain what the reduction was last year exactly, just to put it in perspective, I'd appreciate it.
Chair Townsend or Director Mighton?
I'll take a stab at it here. The numbers that I have been given was with the senior command position that was financially removed for the year. And then there was a sergeant backfilling or a sergeant that retired partway through the year, and we did not backfill his totally 100%. And then there's not dollar figures attached to each of these lines, so I'm not exactly sure that it's just a total I've been given. So, and then there was add a cadet for a full year to replace the retiring constable and the special constable court management. All those things combined came to 348. I would ask Director Mighton if she can maybe clarify a little better than I can.
Director Mighton?
Yes, those were all items that the board at the time had discussed. And when they presented their budget last year, those items had been removed at some point during the budget discussions, but the one that was presented did include those modifications.
Right. So it would have been the 2020 portion of those then, rather than the full amount. Is that correct?
Yeah, some of those decisions that were prorated for partway through the year.
Okay, thank you. And the other question I have is the cost of the 2 cadets. Do we have a magnitude of that as well?
The number I have in front of me is 82,518, with one starting in May and one in September. And I would definitely say the one in May at this point would be questionable. That would be an operations question for the chief based on availability at the police college.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, those are all my questions at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Hutchinson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson. So I'd like to say, first of all, I appreciate the board going back and taking a stab at and see whether they could come up with some savings. Unfortunately, it didn't change a whole lot. I felt a little bit lectured from the presentation today, somewhat even threatened at some points. I think we have a tough job to do, and we as a council, and myself personally, I've always been fairly supportive of policing, and I think we have a great policing unit, and I think we do whatever we can to try to support them. Our problem and our concern is we have to go out to the public with a number to say this is how much your taxes are going up. And we started out at 14%, and the police board came in at 14%, is now down to 11. And that's fine. You know, I'd like to support that, but meaning understanding that something else may have to go in order to support this. So, and that's our job. Our job is to make those tough decisions. We have some whittling to do here yet before we get there, but you know, that's our job, is to solve this. Understanding that it's not sustainable if we come in at 14% every year going forward. It just can't happen. So I appreciate the fact that looking at 2022 budget, that it looks like the bottom line is about 200,000, which is half of what we're looking at right now, which is great. And I understand that there's this year is maybe a bit of a blip, whether it be due to COVID or whether it be because we put things off from last year. That's understandable, but so hopefully in the future we won't have to we won't have this kind of situation, and that we can it'll be a little smoother sailing. Also understanding that we're going through the whole process of building a new police station, which again shows our support, but it also puts us under pressure to come up with the funds to make that happen. So so yeah, we have a tough job to do, and we appreciate that. And like I said, we're very supportive of the police, and I would be supportive of passing this at this point. But we've got to get our numbers down. So that's our job to do that. Just one question for the director. when I look at the latest tally sheet on our budget, I understand you've taken out the 50,000 and the 75,000. I'm just wondering, there's a number of 84,000 there. Like the shortfall to me is 260,000. So is that figure of 260,000 that we're still looking for, or that we're looking at in terms of policing? Is that included in the 6.9% number that you have at the bottom of the sheet now?
Director Mighton?
Yes, so if you approve the budget as recommended from the police board, those numbers show as if it was had been approved. So that was to give you a scenario on there. If it's and that includes that 50 and 75, which was just a motion, but that is included in there.
Okay, so we're sitting at 6.9 right now.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Looking for first-time speakers. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Chair Hutchinson, and thank you for the remarks so far. And just building on Councillor Hutchinson's remarks, thanks again for the presentation. It was very informative. And I too felt, well, I heard the messaging of wanting to come together and work together and find common ground. And I sure hope you hear a council that's very supportive of community policing. I also heard tones of, if you don't approve this budget outright, well, we'll have to go to arbitration. So I haven't heard, you know, council, last time we met, council asked the board to go back and sharpen their pencils at a budget of 2% increase over last year. And I haven't seen what the impact of that ask would have been. And that was my expectation, that council made that direction. So that was unfortunate that that information didn't come to council. I think the board's done a good job of presenting the most current data about the changing needs in our community, and how one way to address those needs is by increasing staffing to address those needs. But what I haven't heard the board share today is looking at the service level, looking at how we deliver services. Are there opportunities for efficiencies or opportunities to deliver services in a different way? So that's a piece that's missing for me. I'm also aware that the board is going through a business plan. So another question I would have is, we're anticipating, you know, so look at the service levels, and can we do services in a different way to find some efficiencies? It's an exercise worth doing. And I know the chief had spoken to that, should the budget not come in a way that would support the path that's going right now, he would have to examine that. And I think that's a great exercise to do as part of a business plan. But I'm also, even if we identify that we needed X number of staff increase, then what's the plan to implement that? Certainly it's not 3 new staff all in 1 year. As council, we can support police. It's not absolute. It's not, we support your budget in full or we don't support it all. And that's some of the messaging I'm hearing today. And there's not truth to that. As council, we're balancing, as you know, as our community knows, we're balancing many interests, and every board and every department comes with their the community's interests at heart and what their needs are. And as council, we know we can't every year give everyone everything that they ask for. We're always balancing. It's a balancing act. It's very uncomfortable. It's not an easy job. And so again, I come back to absolutes. It's not all or nothing. It's not so I'll just keep coming back to that. But what I am interested in hearing over the next year is the business plan and a way of phasing in the growth that the police expect they need in a way that's manageable for our community. And I think that's coming. It's coming up through the business plan development. So I'm struggling with what's been asked today. I'd like to find middle ground. I'm disappointed that the board hasn't come back to demonstrate what 2% would look like, to give us that information. But I don't think we're in a position today to fund this big increase. I think we need to look to phasing in these increases. So, I'll just leave it there for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm looking for first-time speakers. Seeing none, I'm going to, excuse me, I'm going to proceed to, well, Councillor Shea, are you the first-time speaker? Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I think I'm just basically echoing what the previous two councillors have said, and that is that we have, as council, a very difficult job ahead of us. We are going to have a very large tax increase this year. We had a large tax increase last year. And we have to do our hardest to figure out how to balance priorities. This is a high priority. This is an essential service. This is something that the community really appreciates and something that all of council really appreciates, but it is a balancing act. I was really pleased last year or earlier this year at our January meeting when the chief indicated that we're currently, as of January of this year, offering services which are above and beyond adequate and effective policing. So the fact that we had more services above adequate and effective policing in January suggests that we probably still do now. So I don't think that a further reduction to this request is going to take us below the level of adequate and effective policing. So I think we're going to have to try and find a way to shrink this to some degree. The two new cadets, which were spelled out in some detail by both of the presenters, which is getting a little bit into sort of line item discussions, which I don't really want to go there, but that door has been opened. They're resulting in a staffing increase in this budget of $499,000, almost $500,000 in this year alone. Those positions are not annualized, so that's only a portion. They're mid-year hires. So by the time they come on full-time, they're going to be probably somewhere close to an additional $80,000 or $100,000, I would suggest. So we're looking at, and in fact, the staffing projections for 2022 are up a further $150,000 roughly. So this budget is actually, this request is actually for $500,000 more in staffing this year and an additional $150,000 in staffing for the following year. So that's a big increase in our staffing complement. We did have a new cadet added last year, and I completely support the idea that we need a new senior command position person. The chief can't be carrying this load entirely on his own. And we had someone in that position in the past, and we did remove that position from the budget last year. And we knew that adding it back in this year was going to be, or at some point in the future was going to be painful. And here we are experiencing that pain. But I can totally support that. I think an increase is necessary to give us the proper senior command staff that we need. But I think we need to sort of put the brakes on a little bit in terms of just expanding the force with new recruits at this time and at these levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. Okay, we're moving on to second-time speakers. I do have a list that would start with Councillor Hutchinson, Councillor Townsend, and Mayor Robinson. Councillor Hutchinson.
Sorry, I didn't have a hand up for question, but now that you've asked me, I might respond. What does that look like in terms of the cost difference if the cadets were not hired this year?
Director Mighton, would you have those numbers, or do you want Chair Townsend to take that?
I believe the chair did mention it there. It was about 82,000 for the two, one starting in May and one starting in September.
Thank you, Director Martin.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson? Okay, Councillor Townsend, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'd like to pursue a little bit of where Councillor Shea was heading. The 2022 shows 150,000, but we also heard in the presentation that there's still pay equity and other activities that aren't included yet. And so I feel that there's going to be a bit of a challenge there going forward. The other thing is the growth issue. We are growing, I don't dispute that, and I'd like to reiterate that growth happens and we benefit from that over time. If you look at the plans for the Durham Road East, for example, within the southern boundary of Durham, it looks like there could be somewhere around 400 new homes. Right now, there's probably under 24, either finished or in progress. And so we're not going to realize that for a few years, which means two things. One is we don't get the revenue, two, you don't get the work, meaning the police services doesn't have the work yet. So I just request that that be kept in mind in the sense of timing is everything. And I'm of the same ilk that I'm really struggling with the 385. And I'm just wondering what kind of appetite the Police Services Board, in the partnership spirit you indicated, would be willing to look at things like the cadet removing and perhaps a couple of other initiatives that might get there. And I'm wondering if either Chair Townsend or Board Member Tingling or even the Chief would comment on the appetite from the board in that regard, please.
Thank you. I'll go to Chair Townsend for a response, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the question, Councillor Townsend. Keeping in mind, and as you say, the building of the houses on Durham Road East, it's going to take, a year or better to get more houses built out there. It also, we need to build those officers, build those cadets into officers, which also takes time, which is in the neighborhood of a year. And we are currently at 2015 staffing levels within the West Grey Police Force. And it is now 6 years later, and we're still at those same staffing levels. And how much growth has happened within the municipality since 2015 that is slowly eroding that number and building up that number that I discussed earlier, the officer per resident ratio, that currently, as it sits with a couple officers off, one on WSIB and one on disability, sits at 962 residents per officer in West Grey, where you look at, neighboring municipalities that are all in the 600, 6 to 650 range. So, and unfortunately, with a high ratio, then you have the problems of mental stress. You have the problems of just not having enough officers to deal with calls, where you have physical altercations, where if we had a third officer on a platoon, it would definitely help the well-being and the safety of our officers. And then we aren't relying on neighboring forces to try and get there in time to help us out, keeping in mind West Grey. If you have one officer down in the bottom corner by Pike Lake, you have another officer in the corner up by Chesley. That's a lot of road to cover if somebody's in a hurry or somebody's in trouble. That's a lot of ground to cover. If we had that third officer out there, which again, it's going to take us a year or better to get to, we are helping the well-being of not only the officer safety, but the safety of the residents of West Grey.
Thank you, Chair Townsend. Do you have a follow-up, Councillor Townsend?
Yes, I wonder whether Board Member Tingling or the Chief have a comment as well.
Through the chair, I'd be happy to speak?
Yes, please go ahead, Helen Claire Tingling, member. Thank you.
Thank you. First point I'd like to make is with regard to the concerns expressed by 3 councillors about partnership. I did talk about consensus. I did talk about us working together, but I do think that there is a misunderstanding about the roles of municipal council and the roles of the Police Services Board. So I was attempting to clarify those roles under the Police Services Act. It was not at all my intention to offend anybody, just trying to be clear. However, I did present about what we had done in the interim when a councillor at the 27th of January meeting did say, no, 0%, and then that was changed to 2% without any kind of discussion around it. I'm aware of what that felt like for me to hear it. So I can only imagine what it would feel like for our police officers to hear what sounded like a pretty arbitrary response to go back and sharpen your pencils. I did describe in some detail the response to that we did indeed go line by line over 3 meetings and then come back and have subsequent meetings with the board as a whole to discuss our findings. And the findings were a typographical error and that actually we need this money to provide adequate and effective police services. So on the contrary to the assertions that have just been made, we did everything in our power to find a reduction, and a reduction cannot be found. The point is well made that development and revenue from development occurs over time, but I'm asking council, I'm imploring council to consider police services as essential as water, for example. These water you have to have in before people move into a community. And by the same token, police services, I don't think it's accurate to say there will not be a requirement for police services until people move in. I took great pains to express the increase in load on our police department that is already happening. If I have failed to explain that adequately to you, it is for that I apologize. But I certainly did not intend any disrespect to any member of council. With regard to going to the commissioner, that is in direct response to an assertion that was made last time. A question was asked by a councillor, what is your B plan? So we've gone back with that B plan and we've, quote, sharpened our pencils. We've done our best. There is nothing more to be had from going back again. This is the cost of police services at this time in West Grey. So that was not intended to be a threat. I was just trying to move us to the end of the line, try to express urgency to council today, and try to provide that the B plan, if we can't come to consensus today, is indeed to go to the commissioner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up, Councillor Townsend?
Yes, I do, please. Recognizing I understand the police board's position, I would like to move deferral of decision on this until we continue the discussion on the rest of the budget, which is still scheduled to happen today, because if we do not do that, then we have a problem of putting ourselves in a position of approving something this large without having a plan. And I don't think that would be my first choice. And I hope council would understand that request, and hope we get a seconder and a move forward on that. So that's my motion.
So you put that motion forward, then I'm going to go to Clerk Scharbeck, please. That is your motion then, Councillor Townsend?
Yes, it is.
Clerk Scharbeck, I was wondering if you could read the motion, the recommendation, and then I'll be looking for a seconder.
Through you, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Townsend, if I could just double check, you want to defer this motion until, sorry, when were you deferring it to?
Until the completion of the full budget review that we're still doing during this meeting has occurred.
Okay. Until the full budget review has been completed?
On this, per the agenda.
completed on today's agenda?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. So that's moved by Councillor Townsend, that the motion regarding accepting the proposed 2021 budget increase for the police services be deferred until the full budget review has been completed on this day's agenda.
Yes.
So we'll be looking for a seconder, and just for clarification, Clerk Scharbeck, I am in the middle of the second speakers, and I know Mayor Robinson's up next, so once I get a seconder for this, I will go to the mayor for her second comments, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So I'll be looking for a seconder on the motion, please. Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
I'll second that motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Townsend, your hand's still up. Is there anything further?
I was just waiting for the seconder and et cetera to happen in case there was any call upon me to comment. Thank you.
Okay, your hand's still, thank you. Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor, but I do have second speakers for the original one. I'm going to go to Mayor Robinson, please.
Well, thank you, Chair. I was going to put final comments and then ask for a call to vote on the motion at hand. But now that we have the motion to deal with deferring the discussion of the West Grey Police Services Board budget until further consideration of the budget, quite frankly, I will not be voting in favor of this. We've had multiple meetings of our budget deliberations. We've passed budgets dealing with other boards rather swiftly. This is a board that has provided data, statistics, intellectual/knowledge reference points from the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. It was a well thought out, responsible budget from the West Grey Police Service Board in combination with Director Mighton, our Director of Finance and Treasurer, and ultimately with our West Grey Police Chief, who has provided expert operational recommendations for the budget. We have a responsible budget before us that has been recommended by the West Grey Police Service Board. We've had a most detailed and informative presentation by the chair and the member from the West Grey Police Service Board. And I think now's the time to deal with the budget. We can't keep moving things, pushing it back in order to have a decision. This is the second time this budget has been before us. I think it's very responsible on behalf of our citizens of West Grey. And I think our council should be dealing with this right now. And if this motion fails, and I hope it certainly does, I hope that we will then go back to the original motion on the floor, which is to support the recommendation from the West Grey Police Services Board. The West Grey Police Services Board has provided a budget that through the legislation, the enabling legislation for police service, to provide adequate police service. And I feel that it has done that extremely well. I would urge my colleagues to defeat this motion at hand and that we could deal with the budget now. We're a council that needs to make decisions. So let's make the decision now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. All right, so we have, actually, I'm going to complete, we do have the second time speakers to the main motion is where we're at.
Point of order.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Chair. I believe when we're in a motion to defer, we're actually not supposed to debate it. We're supposed to vote on it, but
Okay, well,
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I was actually going to the clerk for some clarification on that, so I just want to let you know where I was sitting, and I will go to Clerk Scharbeck, please, for some direction.
Through you, Deputy Chair, the motion to defer does need to be addressed. So it's on the floor now. Debate that's specific to the main motion. We'll have to wait until the motion to defer has been addressed.
Thank you, Clerk Sharbeck, and that's where I was heading. Now, I believe that Mayor Robinson has requested a recorded vote for everything that's connected to the police budget. So I believe this is going to also be part of a recorded vote. Clerk Sharbeck, could you give me clarity on that, please?
Through you, Chair, yes, this will, the mayor has requested a recorded vote, so this will be a recorded vote. You know when you're ready to go.
Okay, then let's, Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Chair. It has been mentioned briefly recently that other departments have had their budgets approved. My understanding is that all approvals are conditional upon the completion of the budget cycle. That if we get to a certain point in the cycle and we're coming down to the brass tacks and we go, we've got to go back and revisit some decisions that we made 2 months ago, that we do have the authority to reopen that. And we have done that in the past, is my understanding. So my question is, perhaps to the Director of Finance, with the police budget, do we have that same flexibility? If we approve it at this moment, do we have the flexibility 6 hours from now to reopen it and change that decision? Or is the police budget of a different nature because it's under a different act or something like that?
Thank you. Clerk Sharbeck?
Through you, Chair, anything in the overall budget can be amended as we move forward. However, I'm not sure quite what the question, if this can be amended the same as the other budgets? Is that what the question is?
I think the question that Councillor Hutchinson was alluding to, that if we get to the end of the budget process at the end of today and we're at a 21% tax hike, we're going to need to go back and reopen some questions that we thought were already decided. So I just wondered, is the police budget something that can be reopened, or is, because of legislation, is it of a different nature? Is it something once it's passed and cannot be reopened? And it's just
Through you, Chair. I'll defer to Director Myton's expertise, but my understanding is that anything that is within the overall municipal budget is a council decision to approve with the final budget or not. So it could be revisited, any item in that comprehensive budget. But I will defer to Director Myton for her expertise.
Director Myton?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So yeah, until we pass our budget bylaw, you can still go back and make any changes. The only nuance with the police budget is council just approves, they present, okay, 385, you approve it, yes or no. You can't tell, it still is a board decision whether they make changes to it and how, if they do make any changes to it. So you can say, it's not at the end of the line. You can't force them to, you can say, please try again, but it is still a board decision. You don't have that control, but you can still go back if you pass this 385 now and then want to change your mind and say, oh, we would like you to please try to squeeze a little bit more out of it. You can still ask them for that, but the decision on if and how they do it does lie with the board. If that provides clarification that you were looking for.
Thank you, Director Myton. Councillor Shea.
I think we're going to have to reference the Police Services Act and regulations, because my reading of it is that council determines what the budget level is based on the recommendation of the board, but that council can make a recommendation or can approve a budget of any amount that it chooses. So if the Police Service Board asks for a 7 or 8% budget and council says we're going to approve a 5% budget, that is within council's purview. We cannot go line by line, but we can set the overall budget level. So if there's any ambiguity or a differing opinion from mine on that issue, I suggest that we do a quick reference.
Okay, Clerk Sharbeck, you have your hand up. Go ahead, please.
I do. Just for As far as the Police Services Act is concerned, yes, council approves the budget amount. So the question was, can this be revisited, the final amount? The final amount can. Council cannot tell the board how to spend the budget, is the difference. So if council passes the proposed budget, then before the bylaws passed, you want to revisit that because the overall picture is too high, or perhaps there's room to add something in. That's possible, but council doesn't decide what gets cut or added to the board budget. If the budget isn't sufficient to provide adequate policing, then the board has other avenues outside of council's authority to deal with that, to make sure there is adequate funding for the appropriate police services. So the budget total is within council's purview, and the same as every other line item. When you get to the last total, there's certainly the opportunity to go back if it's within the municipal budget.
Follow up, Councillor Shea?
So with that in mind, I think I would agree with the mayor that we should probably try and settle this question now, especially given that we have, in the case that everything totally blows up later this afternoon, that we do have the option to reopen the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. Now I'm looking for comments or questions on the motion that's in front of us. Mayor Robinson, go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for recognizing me to speak. I just want to lower my hand there. First of all, I don't like the comment about later on today, everything will blow up. So I just want to ensure that that is not language that we use. So I would ask that not be addressed again. And with all due respect, thank you very much. I do want to say that it's important that we deal with this budget now. I want to recognize that we have Chair Townsend and Member Tingley who have taken time out of their day, and certainly this is a responsibility, and we thank you very much. But they are here now. They are looking for a decision from this council after their presentation and the budget that has been presented by the West Grey Police Service. I also want to acknowledge that we have individuals that are listening in, whether it's by phone or online, that are interested in this particular budget. And I think it is a responsibility of this council that we deal with this budget right now. So I would ask that council not pass the motion to whatever the language is around it, to defer and deal with it later. We are a council that needs to make decisions. And so on the motion before us to deal with this budget later, I'm going to ask that the vote be called now, but I do recognize Clerk Scharback wishes to speak, but I'd ask for the vote to be called after that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Clerk Scharback, and then I believe the mayor has requested the recorded vote be called when you're done speaking. Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I just wanted to remind council that a motion to defer is not debatable, and there's getting to be a lot of debate about just the motion to defer. So if there is a recorded vote requested and you're ready to proceed with that, Deputy Mayor, just let me know.
Yes, please proceed. The request has been brought forward by the mayor. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Shea. The motion is that the motion to approve the proposed 2021 police services budget increase is hereby deferred until full review of budget items on today's agenda is completed. And with the recorded vote, and again, I thank Councillor Hamilton for reminding me about the order, the random order. I'll call, how do you vote? Councillor Hutchinson?
No.
Mayor Robinson?
Not in favor.
Councillor Townsend?
In favor.
Councillor Shea?
No.
Councillor Hamilton?
No.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Not in favor.
No, so the motion to defer is defeated.
Thank you,
Mr.
Clerk
Chair?
Sarbeck.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Mayor Roberts.
I would ask that the main motion be voted on at this point.
Thank you. We also, Councillor Hamilton, you have your hand up. We do have a motion that's been called.
That would be, I guess, a call the question, but I was requesting my second opportunity to speak.
I'll defer to Clerk Sarbeck, please. My understanding is when the motion's been called, we have to proceed, but I will refer to your.
So we are back to the main motion. I believe a vote has been called, and I'll just double check our procedural bylaw here. So if there is a motion to call the question, the question is called immediately. And that motion to call the question is not debatable. So we've had a request to call the vote, not a mover and seconder. It's entirely up to you, Chair, to allow a second turn for members to speak or to proceed with the vote.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton, is this a brief? Because I would like to stick to the procedural bylaw, but I will offer the floor to you for as long as it's brief, and we can call the motion as requested by Mayor Robinson. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Just seeking clarity, because it is a new procedural bylaw. So I'm not trying to be a pain here, but just seeking clarity. So the call the question, that's a motion itself, isn't it? It's a motion to call the question. And is that what we're deciding right now, to end debate? And we're making a motion to end debate?
There is not a, through you, Deputy Mayor. There is a request to call the vote. It wasn't moved and seconded, so that motion is not on the floor.
Okay.
That's where we're at.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Well, thank you. I just would appreciate the opportunity to speak to it for a second time, and there might be some others too. I don't think we should rush this. This is a big budget item for us. So if I may speak, I would appreciate that. So thank you, Chair.
Absolutely. Just so you know, Councillor Hamilton, we have had 3 second speakers, so just there's 2 remaining. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. It's a bit of a whirlwind, isn't it? So yeah, I think my challenge is, I think the board did a great job of presenting the data and the changing needs in COVID. The information is really appreciated, but my challenge is having a business plan to phase in what's required, not to do it all in once. Asking for 3 hires in 1 year, it's asking a lot in 1 year. And also to go back and do a service review. I wasn't expecting a service review since our last time, but even just a preliminary look at how we may have to do services differently if, or maybe there's some efficiencies that could be found. An example was given about bylaw enforcement, for example. And so while I think the board did everything they could within their budget to find savings, the piece that's missing for me is looking at the efficiencies. And having this business plan to guide the growth. Right now, we're asking for 3 positions all in 1 year. It's just too much. I don't think it's what we can afford in 1 year. And then to the comment that council gave direction of an arbitrary 2%, it's arbitrary because we're not supposed to get into operations. So it will feel arbitrary because council will determine what we can afford. And we do that in percentages. And so I would move an amendment to meet the board in the middle And my amendment would be to the main motion, that it be amended to a 6% increase over last year, which I guess that our treasurer could calculate for us, please. But that would be the amendment I'd be moving. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to refer to Clerk Scharbeck to read the motion put forward by Councillor Hamilton, and I will be looking for a seconder, please. But I'm going to get the motion read first.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, moved by Councillor Hamilton, that the main motion to approve a 2021 budget increase of $385,906 be amended by changing it to approve a 6% increase over the 2020 budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend?
Councillor Townsend, I will second that motion.
Okay, so we're back to comments or questions on this motion that's before us, and I'll be looking for first-time speakers on this one. Councillor Shea and then Mayor Robinson. Go ahead, Councillor Shea.
Could I just ask the Director of Finance to translate that into dollars? Thank you.
Yep, so 6% over the 2020 budget would be 201,733.
Thank you.
Oops, anything further, Councillor Shea?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Robinson, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to, through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to remind the council that the West Grey Police Service Board and the chief have provided the budget by which they feel is responsible for the operations of 2021. That is a budget that is presented to you in its entirety on the main motion. And I would respectfully ask council to support the main motion, not this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Any other comments or questions to the motion that's on the floor? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, understanding that, sorry, I just lost my computer there for a second. Understanding that we're in a tough situation. I do want to support the police. I think the police board's done a good job. And our police chief, he's doing a good job out there working with what he has, and it's a tough time. So I do want to support them, but I do also understand, and I want people to understand that if we go forward with this, that obviously we have to make up, we have to cut somewhere else maybe to make it work, or we're going to come back with a higher increase than what I'm comfortable with. So again, I'd like to see what the final figures are and remind people that everything's on the table. Until we finalize the budget, everything's on the table. So I think at this time I'm going to support this, but I'm not saying that we won't have to come back at a later date.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Any comments or questions to the motion put forward by Councillor Hamilton? Seeing none, then I'm going to go to Clerk Scharbeck to read the motion, and then we'll go to vote on that one. And then we're going to go back to the main motion. And I believe there's...
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mayor Robinson.
I do have a question, if I might.
Go ahead, Mayor Robinson.
Well, I would like to know if this proposed 6% would actually adequately cover the police services operations for 2021. I mean, it has been proposed at 6%, but in all consciousness, I need to know in supporting the Police Services Board, but also our citizens of West Grey, is this a budget that can adequately support the police operations for the year? And I would respectfully ask that be addressed through our chair, our member, board member Tingley, and also our police chief. We need to be responsible as we vote on items. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I will go to Chair Townsend, please, for a response.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. First of all, I'd like to clarify a point that we are not hiring 3 bodies this year. We are hiring 2 cadets at a cost of $82,518 this year. The other position that we are filling is a position that is already existing within the structure of the West Grey Police Service. All we are doing is looking at staffing that position. And those dollars, unfortunately, were caught up in the funding that happened last year. So although we are not adding a new position, we are putting those dollars back into our budget. So just to clarify that point, we are only hiring 2 cadets this year. As for the $201 or $201,733, which is a 6%, just looking at line by line items within your budget, that it doesn't even cover half of the $499,024, which was the wage increase. So to say that we could find another $185,000 or close to $200,000, I would have to say no. I would say we are operationally, we need that. We need to grow now. Unfortunately, yes, we all knew there would be hurt when we played catch up, putting those funds back in, but it was something that was deferred. It looked good. It looked good, you know, a couple of years ago at the time when we did it, but now it's coming back to bite everyone. The other thing I would like to reiterate to council, as you look at the 385,906, by allowing us to tap into the modernization funding of 50,000 and the COVID recovery funding of 75,000, that in turn $125,000 reduces our ask to 260,906, which is 7.75%. So when you look at those numbers, and I know you have put forward 6, we're very close if we can still access those modernization fund and the COVID recovery funding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair Townsend. I was wondering if Board Member Tingley would have a response as well.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. We have spent a number of days, meetings, hours with various composite groupings to go through the budget line by line. We have consulted with municipal staff. We have consulted with the chief. We have gone through documents, some of which I have quoted ad tedium in this meeting today. The cost of providing adequate and effective policing in West Grey for 2021 is captured in the budget that we have put forward. There is nowhere for us to cut. And at the risk again of sounding threatening or however else, first let me preface by saying that is not my intention. I seek consensus, and I will define that again. Consensus is an acknowledgement that we may not all like the facts in front of us, but it is an acknowledgement of those facts and an agreement to move forward with something that might be unpleasant. I also appreciate the opportunity to correct an assertion. I really think it's important that we don't tie police service increase today with a specific cost going up to residents. There is going to be an increase in cost, but council will determine what comprises that increase. When I was at university, there was a philosophy story that went around that the most important thing when you have a vase and pebbles is to put the big rock in first. The smaller rocks go around it. And that, of course, is council's difficult position to determine what is that big rock. And I respectfully suggest to you that the big rock is keeping our community safe, keeping our community well policed, which does include community-oriented policing, preventive policing, police in the school, and a whole load of other things during this unprecedented time when we're dealing with drug addictions and so on. I also, second to last point, Chair, thank you very much for the time to speak. I caution everybody listening right now that we should not be now grabbing figures and throwing them out after the exhaustive work that has been put in to put this budget together. Random figures pulling out about what it may cost in the future is not helpful to this discussion and the motion in front of us today. And finally, I will say that we can't negotiate any further. That doesn't mean we don't want to. I would like to think that we have shown our willingness to negotiate by going back and by the incredible amount of hours we've spent combing through this document and additional documents. There's nothing else to cut and still be able to provide adequate and effective policing. Therefore, if we can't bridge this gap today, and the gap, as my honorable colleague just presented, is narrow now that council has seen fit to approve the previous motion tapping into COVID funding. It brings us to 7 point whatever the amount percentage is. If we can't come to that agreement, if council cannot see, in spite of the passion and the facts and the backstory and the stakeholder comments that have been presented today, then our only option is given to us in 39 sub 5 of the Police Services Act, quote, if the board is not satisfied that the budget established for it by the council is sufficient to maintain an adequate number of police officers or other employees of the police force, or to provide the police force with adequate facilities, the board may request that the commission determine the question, and the commission shall, after a hearing, do so. I respectfully suggest to everybody listening, we are at this point now, and a decision really should be taken by council. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Tingling. Do you have a follow-up, Mayor Robinson?
I had to unmute. No, I do not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In response to the last set of comments, first of all, I don't think that we're trying to say we don't want to fund you to an adequate level, meaning the police services. With all due respect, I think we do want to do that, and I think that is our intent. However, we have heard over the last year or so, and rightfully so and fairly so, from the police chief who says, I'm doing things others could do. And I think that was Councillor Hamilton's comment. So for example, there are things like bylaws and other activities that fall to you by legislation if no one else does it. So here's where you get into like a partnership, a review of services, and are there things we can do? So what if we hired a bylaw officer to replace that task so it doesn't fall on the police? What's the impact on that? Are you willing to go down that route? Is the police services looking, and can they identify areas like that? If you can, is it possible for police services to make a commitment to do that review by saying, I'll drop those funds out. Now I'm putting pressure on West Grey to actually deliver what they just said they will do. So that's the partnership. That is not a threat. That is not looking to underfund. That is looking to use the resources in the appropriate and adequate way to protect people. Bylaws, bylaw infractions or bylaws that they don't keep their property in good condition should not and doesn't have to be a police matter. So I think that was the challenge that Councillor Hamilton was asking for. And I haven't heard any willingness to look at that, although I have heard the police chief say, sorry, that, he'd prefer not to do those. Is there an opportunity there? I appreciate all the work you've done. Most of the reduction that's there, my perception, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is a major error of 90,000 and the funding from the two funds that we just passed. So there's $215,000 that have come down, but it's come down through other activities other than looking at services. And I know your business plan is going to look at that, and hopefully it'll identify areas where we can help you alleviate that. And that's the role we want to play. We want to help you do the job that you need to do and not burden you with things that you don't have to do. And if I've misunderstood, I'll ask Councillor Hamilton to clarify, but I'm sure that's what was being asked. Thank you.
Board Member Tingling, go ahead, please.
Thank you. To be clear on 2 points, we have reviewed. We have absolutely spent a lot of time. So I don't know how else I can phrase this to enable the people around the table to understand. We have reviewed as requested. We have found no additional cuts. This is the cost. The second point I want to make is I itemized a number of significant costs, and noticeably missing, was the cost of bylaw enforcement. That is not a significant cost. If the municipality chooses to take that cost on and remove it from the police services, and I would like to hear from the chief, we have had these discussions. First, it's not going to be a significant savings to the police budget. And second, you're going to take on a cost that is penny wise and pound foolish, where you're going to have to train people who are not trained to deal with things that may actually intersect with policing in other ways. So I think that's really all I have to say. Reiterate for the point of clarity, we have reviewed. Please, we have reviewed. There is nothing else we can cut. And looking at removing something from policing and putting bylaw, it's not significant. That's not a big cost. I too would love to hear from the chief. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Well, I'm not sure, I do not see Chief Martin signed in here, but there's quite a few people on screen. Chief Martin, if you're here, if you could raise your hand or maybe unmute yourself if you have a comment, please. Yeah, the chief was signed in. He may have had an internet problem and he might be signed in on a phone number. I was wondering if Director Hewitt could help us with that.
If I may, at this time, I do not see an individual signed in as Chief Martin. However, there are a few members on the call, like marked as West Grey Police Service, but I would assume if any of them are Chief Martin, he would have unmuted himself with comment.
Thank you, Supervisor Hewlett. I was just informed that Chief Martin had to go to another meeting, so we will move on from there. So we're back to the motion, and I'm looking for first-time speakers or any other comments on the motion that's before us. Councillor Shea.
Thanks, Chair. I think it's my first time speaking to this motion to amend. I'm really surprised at the board's appetite for taking this to provincial arbitration. The chair indicated that the request with the addition of the grant funding was at 7.5%, and this motion requests to take it to 6%. And the chair indicated that that was very close. I'm pleased that through this extended conversation, we've been able to get that close. I would suggest that we move forward with this, and that as Member Tingling indicated, sometimes facts are uncomfortable and just have to be dealt with. I suggest that the board will deal with this, take it in stride, and figure out a way to continue to provide the excellent services that they do provide with this substantial increase that we would be approving. So that's why I'm quite prepared to support this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shane. All right, according to my list, I believe we've all had, there's been right through for first-time speakers. And if you have not, please raise your hand, and then I'll be going to second-time speakers. Is there anybody who hasn't had an opportunity to speak first time? Councillor Hutchinson, if I've overlooked you, I apologize.
Yeah, I've sort of lost it, but I think this is my first time to speak on this motion. Anyways, I think given that we're talking 7.5 versus 6%, I can't see why we would send this back and have the board play with it or whatever. I would just suggest that we go ahead with what we've got. We've got it down to, I think, where it's you know, we move forward. There's been a lot of work put into this, and so I think we just go back to the main motion and accept the budget as recommended, and go from there. Thank you.
Okay, just for clarity, Councillor Hutchinson, were you calling for that to vote, or are we going to go proceed into second-time speakers? I just want clarity on that.
Well, I presume we're speaking regarding the amendment of 6%, right? So
correct, but I wanted to be clear on your wording. If you were calling the vote, and if so, I was going to get a second, or if you're just putting that out.
Well, no, I'm not going to call. If I want to speak, I'm going to let them speak.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that clarity. Mayor Robinson, you had your hand up, and we are into second time speaking. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would just implore my colleagues around the virtual horseshoe to look towards the main motion to support the West Grey Police Services Board recommendation, a recommendation that has come from the board after a number of meetings to assess the budget. And this is the budget that is being presented, and it is a responsible, I keep underscoring that, it is a responsible budget on behalf of our citizens. And this is dealing with adequate policing. And this is the budget that our police chief has put together along with our board and with support of our the Director of Finance and Treasurer, Director Mighton. So I would ask that the board members vote down the amendment and support the main motion at hand. This is on behalf of our citizens and our police officers and the West Grey Police Service overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Okay, so second time speakers, Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. And so just reflecting on the adequate and effective policing, we've heard that language a lot today, and I know it would be helpful to know what that definition means moving forward. However, just reflecting on that term, I do recall our chief back when we were speaking at our first budget meeting in January, and he spoke quite highly of the service. And in his opinion, and if I recall, he said the opinion of the zone officer, that might not be the right word, but the zone person, that West Grey was above adequate. So in January, we were hearing that we're above adequate, that we're more than sufficient, in the words of our chief. We know the police board is going through a business plan. I think we need to walk through that business plan because we'll be a stakeholder in that and engage in that way before we increase our staffing. And thank you to Chair Townsend for correcting me, increasing by 2 new staff. The decisions we make today impact the year to come. So should the board, and it's up to the board, that they move ahead with hiring the new staff, then obviously it's a phased in hire. So we'll, that's setting up increases for next year with those decisions that are rightly in the hands of the board. I just think this is meeting the board halfway. I have assurance from the chief that we're above and beyond effective and adequate policing as of January. And let's go through this business plan and come to a plan that moves us forward in a way that we can all feel really comfortable with. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Tingling, please. followed by Councillor Townsend for second time speaking.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. The Chief of Police is not online, and I feel that his comment is being taken out of context and used inappropriately, so I find myself in a position to have to speak to it. Yes, he did say those things, and it is clearly his position that I can speak on today, having had him involved in the conversations, that in order to maintain adequate and effective policing, which I'm not surprised that council members are not familiar with because it's not in their purview. In order for the police to maintain that level, which is so extraordinary and which the chief was so proud of in January, we need the budget that he has helped put together. If anybody is interested, adequate and effective policing is defined under the Police Service Act. It has 8 categories, I believe. The interpretation of that is entirely under the chief's purview to provide to ensure that adequate and effective policing is provided. So we're kind of running around in circles here. Again, I don't know how many ways to say it. It's about staying in our lane. We have done the due diligence with the chief. We have reviewed as requested by council, and we have found some things that we could tweak. We found a typo, and we've come back above and beyond with suggestions of how the municipality may help fund from the province, and that has been voted upon. So we've closed our gap, contrary to the assertion of the honourable councillor who suggested that we may have an appetite to rush to the commissioner. Not at all. I'm just flagging the fact that we have spent so much time and effort to come to this decision, and it cannot possibly be explained in a 2-hour meeting with people that don't have the same understanding of what the Police Services Board's job is, what the enabling legislation is, or any of those other things. We have reviewed and revised to the best of our capacity. We have nowhere else to go. I look forward to this vote coming to its conclusion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Townsend, for your second time, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The question is directed to Director Mighton, and that is, I've noticed in the summary that you provided to council as part of our package was that we are now at 6.9% at the levy, but I do not believe that takes into account the last motion that we passed, which is the 125,000 with those funds coming from those other 2 sources. Can you tell me what the revised number is, please?
Director Mighton.
The 6.9 you said does
Yes.
include that motion of 50 and 75.
It does include that?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you very much. That was my only question.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 members left that can have a second time speaking before we go to Clerk Sharbeck to read the motion and call the vote. Any further questions? Okay, Clerk Sharbeck, could you read the motion or the amended motion in front of us, please?
Through you, Chair, the motion moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Townsend is that the motion to approve the increase of $385,906 to the police services budget be amended by approving an increase of 6% instead of the $385,906. And I believe the mayor has called for a recorded vote on that.
Yes, I believe it's recorded for the entire topic today, so thank you. If you could take care of that.
Point of order. Point of order.
Go ahead, Councillor Hutchinson.
That number is not necessarily correct, is it? Because we've already taken 125,000 out of that. We've already passed. To take
Yeah.
out. Huh?
Through you, Chair, we can clarify with the treasurer as well, but that is the full increase in spite of the 125 that's also been put into that budget. Over last year's budget, it's a $385,000 increase.
Okay.
Even though 125 of it is already covered.
Okay.
Is that correct, Director Mighton?
Director Mighton.
Yes, that was how the board presented it, the increase of the 385 and then asking for the 125 of grant funding. That's what brought it down for a net of 7.75%.
Okay, seems a little backwards, but anyways, that's fine as long as everybody understands that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a request for a recorded vote. Is everyone clear on the amendment motion that we're voting on now? Okay, I don't see any hands. Okay, Clerk Sharbeck, go ahead, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll call the vote. Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
Not in favor.
Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
In favor?
Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Not in favor?
Councillor Hamilton, how do you vote?
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Not in favor?
And Councillor Shay, how do you vote?
Yes.
So we have a tie vote. That resolution is defeated.
Okay, Clerk Sharbeck, and we are back to the main motion now, just for clarity.
Okay, through you, Chair Hutchinson, the main motion is moved by Mayor Robinson and seconded by Councillor Townsend, that West Grey Council hereby approves the recommendation of the West Grey Police Services Board that the proposed 2021 budget increase of $385,906 be presented for approval. And I believe this is also a recorded vote.
This is, and I appreciate that. According to my records, we have had 4 second-time speakers, with 1 council member has the option to second-time speak before we call the vote. And would like that council member like to speak to this for a second time. Okay, I don't. All right, then we will go back to the clerk for the recorded vote and we'll call the vote now at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shay, how do you vote?
Councillor Shay, no.
Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton, how do you vote?
Councillor Hamilton, no.
And Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
And that is a 4-2 vote. The motion is carried.
Thank you, Clerk Sharbeck. I believe that concludes this portion of the agenda, and I was going to hand the chair back to Mayor Robinson.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for handling that item.
If I may just ask quickly, either Mayor Robinson, if we could entertain a 10 or 15-minute break when you do get the opportunity. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. I was going to suggest that I was going to ask council through my suggestion that we take a half-hour lunch if council would be so inclined for that. But before I do that, I just want to thank our guests, which is West Grey Police Board Chair Doug Townsend, as well as Board Member Helen Claire Tingley for presenting the West Grey Police Service budget. Thank you very much for being here. And we look forward to your next presentation whenever that will be to council. Thank you very much on behalf of council. So with that, council members, would you like to take a half-hour lunch break? And I'm looking to you. I see absolute smiles, and that's what we'll do. Thank you very much. We'll take the half-hour break, and we will come back at 12:30 sharp and continue our vigorous discussions. Thank you so much, and please turn your mic and video off. Enjoy your lunch.
I was remiss. I should have stepped out in the sunshine.
I did. I was out for a bit. It's really beautiful out there. Okay, everyone, if I might, it's 12:30. I just want to double check. I see, well, 5 members of council. I just want to confirm, Councillor Shea, are you back for the meeting? And I see Clerk Sharbeck. I wonder, Clerk Sharbeck, could you just confirm that we have the staff that we need?
Through your worship, I think we're ready to roll. Yeah.
Well, we do have quorum with 5. But I just want to confirm, Councillor Shea, have you returned? Because I think our next step would go into item 5, closed session. So I just want to ensure the opportunity at this point. So I wonder, Clerk Sharbach, just in the spirit of moving along, we do have a 4-hour time frame with an addition of 1 hour. So I just want to make sure that that we follow that. So I'm wondering, you've confirmed, as I've stated, that we do have quorum. So I'm going to suggest that we start the meeting, and that when Councillor Shea arrives, he would be able to attend in on the in-camera session. Thank you very much. So welcome back, everybody. We are on item number 5, and that is closed session. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the recommendation at hand?
Sorry, I've lost my glasses. Through your worship, the recommendation is that the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of West Grey does now go into a closed session at 12:31 p.m. with the CAO Deputy Clerk, the Clerk, the Director of Finance, for the purpose of addressing matters pertaining to personal matters about identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees.
Thank you. And I see Councillor Shea, thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding?
Councillor Townsend, I'll second the motion.
Are there any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. We will proceed into in-camera at this point. I just want to ensure that all members of council are back in our virtual horseshoe. With that, I will say 6 members of council, yes, are back in the virtual horseshoe. Clerk Sharbeck, is the staff required here? Thank you. All right, so on item number 6, matters arising from closed session, I would like to report out that in closed session, council addressed matters pertaining to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. Staff direction was given. Thank you. We are now moving on to item number 7, staff reports. The first one, 7.1, a Director of Finance, Treasurer, 2021 budget review. And at this point, Clerk Sharbeck, could you just read the recommendation at hand? I will take a mover and seconder, and then Director Maiton can provide the presentation and then call for the vote, unless you're going to suggest something different. Thank you. Okay.
Sure.
Please read the recommendation.
I'll read the recommendation, and it is that council review the draft 2021 budget.
So I'm looking for a mover for this motion. Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll move the motion.
Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding the motion?
Yes, I second.
Thank you. Director Maiton, could you take us through the budget, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. So there is one additional correction that I wanted to note compared to your schedules there. The allocations of the municipal modernization funding, the traffic speed signs, I had added that on the capital side, and I have clarified and confirmed with the Director of Infrastructure. He did have that in his operating budget. So we've moved that, but that does further reduce the impact on the tax levy of $30,000, applying that modernization funding towards that project. I was thinking that it wasn't in the budget at all when I prepared this, but it had been included. It was just on the operating side. So that is a reduction. So there's that piece. We've dealt with from that March 2nd meeting down, then we've dealt with the police, the first 3 items there, and the use of some grant funding. The fire chief has provided, if council wants to reduce the capital request to remove the workwear that he had budgeted for the 3 stations, that would be a reduction of $17,250 if council agrees to that. The next item, the construction loan for the police station, based on the estimated timing of when the building will begin. We can probably, if council wishes, remove the actual need for the construction financing until 2022, when the first draws will actually be at a significant point. So that would be $300,000, recognizing that those costs will be there in your 2022 budget. We will, once we get that building going, need to provide some construction financing for cash flow purposes throughout construction until completion and final financing is secured. So that is a $300,000 reduction there if council wishes. And I've calculated in the estimated growth in taxation based on the returned roll from the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, or MPAC. So for us, it's about $186,000. So that's is showing the impact there. And then the adjustment that we've made with implementation of the wage grid is about a $62,000 reduction. So what that will bring us down to right now, if those are all agreeable to council, is $616,356, or 6% tax levy increase for our local budget. To give them some perspective, that 6% local levy increase. When we put that into the impact overall on the overall tax levy, the tax rate with the county and the school boards factored in, it's about a 3.9% total tax increase. It would work out to about $43.90 per 100,000 of residential assessment, just to give you some perspective on where we're landing, what those dollars mean. So,
well, thank you at this point, and I'd be looking to council for that. And please keep in mind, this is my public service announcement. As we approach 1:30, that is our 4-hour mark. So please keep that in mind, and that there was also the addition of potentially 1 more hour. So 1:30 is our 4-hour mark. So I just wanted to mention that. Okay, how does council wish to proceed? Comments, questions? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I have a little list here, if I might. Could I go back to, I did ask Director Mighton this ahead of time, the ice resurfacer. I thought we were putting money away into reserves for the ice resurfacer. So when we used the modernization funding, I was thinking that would offset that levy increase, but I just wanted to check in with Director Mighton about that particular item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. That was one item that I did need clarified. I wasn't entirely sure if council's intention was to increase the amount of that we were transferring to reserve. Your current capital budget includes a $40,000 transfer to reserve for an ice resurfacer, which we'd be looking at purchasing potentially in 2022. So I wasn't exactly clear whether we were looking at reducing the tax levy transfer to reserve or supplementing it so that we were actually transferring 76,000. I think it was 36,000 that we were using of the modernization fund. So that was one item that I did have for clarification, just to we were making a lot of quick decisions there, and that was one. When I started trying to put it through where it was impacting the tax levy, I wasn't clear. So I have just shown that as an increase in the transfer to reserve. So if you want to offset it against that, that would be a reduction. So that, looking for some clarification on that item.
You still have the mic, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Chair, or Mayor, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor. And so can you remind us, if we were to not make that transfer to reserves, just utilize the grant, how much would be in the reserves altogether to fund that purchase for next year?
So we'd have $80,000. We've got money this year, or from 2020, I should say, and then 2021. So we'd have $80,000, depending on if we're looking at the time we were looking at a possible, I don't know if you want to call it a green machine or that type of thing. It could be in that $120,000 to $140,000 range, depending on what next year's pricing looks like. But it was a bit more expensive than your traditional fuel. I think it's propane, I think is what the current machine would be. So looking at changing the technology there, it was going to be a little bit more costly, but this would get us $80,000 towards that. So we'd still need about that $140,000 or that $40,000 level to purchase it next year.
Okay, so if we did the grant in lieu of a transfer from this year's levy, next year we'd be putting that $40,000 pressure on that year. Okay, thank you for that. Well, it was my understanding that it would be reducing this year's levy. So I guess I'm just wondering, a question for our mayor clerk is, as we make more decisions today, do we just develop a list like we have in the past, and then perhaps we, at the very end, we approve that list, or how would you like to capture these mini decisions? Thank you.
Oh, very good question, Councillor. So I'm looking to Clerk Sharbuck and also then Director Mike. Clerk Sharbuck.
I think for the resolution, there's one on the floor now just to review the draft budget.
Okay.
I think at the end of discussions today, if Director Mighton and I could just double check our list and confirm with council that here's the list of decisions today. Is that correct? Is anything missed? And then that those decisions be incorporated into the next draft of the budget. Is that fair, Director Mighton, we'll just both keep a tally and compare notes?
Okay. Very good.
Councillor Hamilton, if I might.
Yes.
I have a procedural question for the clerk, and I just feel it's a nice juncture, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Clerk Sherbeck, because the motion at hand is that council review the draft 2021 budget, I'm wondering if procedurally the vote can be called, and then we can deal with, should there be a motion to go beyond the 4 hours for that one additional hour, which would take us to 2:30, and then to go back into the budget and deal with any list that gets created. Would that, and continue the budget deliberations? Looking for your procedural response, please.
Sure, through you, Your Worship. I think it would be fine to vote on that motion that council review the draft 2021 budget. We don't have to finish the review before you vote on it. And then if there's a wish to pass a motion to proceed past curfew, there isn't already one on the floor that has to be dealt with first. So yes, whenever you'd like to call the vote on that.
Thank you. So members of council, if you don't mind, I would like to call the vote on the recommendation that council review the draft 2021 budget. Call the vote, and then just entertain if there's any member of council that wishes to go beyond curfew for 1 hour. And then we can proceed with deliberations of our budget. Would that be okay? Just we can't deal with one motion over the other. So with that, Clerk Sherbeck, could you please read the motion at hand?
Through you, Your Worship, the motion is moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hamilton that council review the draft 2021 budget.
All those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. That motion carried. Members of council, our curfew today will be at 1:30. There is an opportunity, should you wish, to have a motion to be voted on that takes us for 1 additional hour that would take us to 2:30 p.m. Is there any willingness to do that? Will there be a motion or no? How do you wish to proceed? Councillor Hamilton, please.
Oh, yes, I would move that. Thank you.
So to go beyond the 4 hour for 1 additional hour to conclude at 2:30, something along that line. And I know Clerk Sherbeck would address the wordsmithing. Clerk Sherbeck, is that clear enough?
Sorry. Yes, so moved by Councillor Hamilton that council proceed past curfew for 1 hour.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, it's Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I'll second that motion.
Any questions on the motions, members of council? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with the raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. Okay, we'll proceed to 2:30 p.m. Councillor Hamilton, thank you for that interim discussion, and please proceed.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. So I would suggest that the $40,000 be in lieu of the hitting the levy to go towards the Zamboni, the ice resurfacer. I'd like to add that to the list, please. Another question I have for staff would be, okay, given the COVID pressures that we're under, and not COVID pressures, sorry, given the budget pressures that we're under, I was thinking back to a report that we received in October where we were looking at some efficiencies that we could achieve at the landfill. And given the pressures that we're under, I think it's worth just touching base about what some of those efficiencies might be. So I was wondering if Director Zerwinski could just remind us of some of the recommendations that were in his report in terms of not the waste diversion piece. I think council's done a good job of that. We have put funds in place to facilitate a waste diversion grant of up to 80% of materials from the landfill. So I think that's really important. But in particular, I think our director had some recommendations about tipping fees and perhaps just rejigging some of the hours of operation that would achieve some efficiencies. So given how tight our budget is, I'd like to hear from our director, if I may. Thank you.
Certainly. Director Zerwinski.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. Certainly, through Your Worship, essentially, based on my report from October 2020, council may recall that I brought a report forward at the request of council to consider some operational review and changes at the landfill sites. So the recommended changes that I had listed in there were to adjust the hours of operation, consider further waste diversion. I talked about increasing tipping fees to match I also recommended that we install a debit machine, and that we modify our recycling to make some improvements with flows through the landfill site with respect to recycling, and that determine if there's other ways that residents can bring garbage to the landfill site without the use of a debit card, like for example, some sort of a garbage card. And also recommendations that I had here were for public education to improve our promotion and education of our waste management system, our waste management program. So that's, in summary, that's what the recommended changes were. Also, in doing so, in my report, it contains that if based on our 2020 numbers, that if we were to increase our tipping fees from $5 to $10, there would essentially be a potential revenue increase based on 10,000 cars, approximately 10,617 is what I had in my report. That the potential revenue increase would be $53,085, which would essentially double our potential revenue. And also, if we modified the hours of operation to better align our forces and essentially have our landfill sites are currently open Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And I'm recommending that if council wish to change things to achieve some savings with respect to hours of operation, that we would open them Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And that essentially you'd have a landfill site open each day from Wednesday to Sunday, and you would avoid having all 3 landfill sites opened on the same day, which is Saturday. So essentially, hearkening back to my operational review as per the request of council, that's a summary of what I reported.
Thank you, Director Zerwinski. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Director Zerwinski, what would have been what would be the cost savings of the new hours of operations? Do you have that number?
Yeah, sorry, I was remiss in mentioning that. I put in my report that the potential savings there would be approximately about $41,000 a year just with realigning the hours of operation and the numbers of staff that are working at those landfill sites.
Thank you, Director. And just for clarification, this is keeping all sites remain open, just the hours and days of openness would be different than right now. And instead of having services available 4 days a week, we'd have services available 5 days a week throughout West Grey.
Through your worship, yes, that's correct. Also, in saying that though, the hours of operation to the public would be reduced from an 8-hour a day scenario to a 4-hour a day operation, with the exception of Saturday, which would be open 8 hours a day, like it is right now.
Okay, thank you. And one last question, Director. Thank you. Have you engaged with the community at all, like through a community survey, or is that coming?
Yes, we have.
Okay.
However, we're still in the throes of tallying up what we found in that survey, and I can have that readily available as we move forward. I do believe Council did request that we gather some information with respect to changing landfill site hours and and expectations.
Okay, thank you. So I would propose, in terms of tipping fees, that Council consider adopting the new fees, recognizing it would be a mid-year adoption. So at 53,000, perhaps we adopt it at a 60%, maybe. Perhaps if we were to adopt the new tipping fees at $10, we would then save around $32,000. So I would propose that Council consider adopting the new tipping fees. Perhaps, well, I would look for the Director's guidance about timing, but perhaps May or June. Perhaps I'll ask the Director what would be a good time to implement such a change. Thank you.
Through your worship, what I would highly recommend is that any operational changes with respect to hours of operation and or tipping fees, that essentially that the public be, once the budget is passed, of course, that the public receive a month or so as notice, like we would have to let the public know what's going on, and that Council has decided to make some changes with respect to hours of operation and tipping fees, and we would need to give them, like I say, at least 4 to 6 weeks notice to let them know of what's up and coming.
That sounds very fair. So perhaps just looking at the tipping fees piece, I'd like Council to consider tipping fee change as of July 1st. So if we took the 53,000 and divided that by 2 as new revenue, that would be a suggestion that I have. The staffing and hours of operation, I'd very much like to look at that in conjunction with the survey results. So I'm wondering, I might just put a pin on that for now in terms of this budget, but perhaps your report might come to us before our budget's passed, and could have an impact this year. So one last question for the Director, and that would be about film plastic recycling and styrofoam recycling. Would you have an estimate of what that cost might be to develop a program in West Grey?
I do. I'll just try to refer to my notes here. I do believe, with respect to the film and plastics recycling, I do believe that was $5,000 a year, I believe, is what it came to. But I'm just going to refer to my notes here, because I did reach out to Bruce, I believe is it Davidson, I believe. Yeah, Bruce Davidson, and I asked him questions with respect to styrofoam and film plastic, and essentially I got some responses back. So at this point in time, I believe, like I say, the film plastics was from, just trying to think. The name's escaping me at the moment, Your Worship. Oh, I remember. Okay, so yeah, so essentially for second wind recycling to come to the landfill site and do film plastics recycling, it would be $5,000 plus HST, and that's an annual flat rate service quote.
Thank you, Director. So you're estimating about 5,000 for film and 5,000 for the styrofoam as well?
I'm not exactly, I didn't get a response back with respect to an estimate pertaining to styrofoam. I'm still working on that, but I am very confident I can have something to council before the budget's passed. So in preparation for the next meeting, if that is satisfactory to council.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd very much appreciate that information. And I do recall we had $5,000 in the budget for film plastic recycling last year. So perhaps that doesn't change our levy for this year, if I have the math right. But I would like council to consider those two programs. I know it feels like a cost today, but certainly we're saving capacity to landfills. So it's a big savings for us in the long run. That's all I'll take up for now. Thank you very much, Mayor Robinson.
Well, thank you, Councillor Hamilton and Clerk Sharbeck. We're just developing the list. And at the end, we'll have a motion, unless you are having a different vision for that. But to build on Councillor Hamilton's very insightful inquiries, is there an opportunity for looking at fiber diversion off our landfill? So I'm directing the question to Director Schwinski, if I might.
Sorry, Your Worship, with respect to fiber, as in
clothing that may be in our landfill, or cloth, or just
yes,
blankets that may not be diverted.
Okay. Well, we before, I can double check with staff, but before the pandemic hit, we had depots for lack of better terms, for fabrics and textiles and clothing, and they were at our arenas and so forth for, I believe it was either, I can't remember, I think it was through the Diabetes Association, I can't quite remember, but in any event, we do have a collection program that we do facilitate at our facilities for clothing, and whether it's garments or blankets and so forth. But as far as now, and again, I'm not sure if we're accepting that at our landfill sites at the moment, but that's something that if council wishes, I could try to find out how much it would cost to facilitate that at our landfill sites. However, and of course, we'd have to have some sort of promotion and education to sort of further educate residents that instead of throwing those garments out and so forth, that we sort of extend our clothing and or garment collection at our landfill sites to further extend that clothing collection program to prevent it from going into the landfill site.
Yes, thank you very much, Director Schwinski, for the information. And I leave that food for thought for our members of council. I do see Councillor Hutchinson and then Councillor Townsend. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, so now that we're talking landfill, just a couple quick questions.
Sure.
So we did talk at one time about compost, and I don't know whether we went anywhere with that or not, but are we looking at any opportunities there?
Through your worship, I currently at this particular moment in time, a lot of moving parts with respect to our waste management program. It's something that if council wishes for me to bring back a cost estimate to run a composting program at our landfill sites. I could look into that. However, also with our waste diversion study, I do believe it'll be covered off in that study as well. Generally speaking, though, if I may add, the more that we handle materials at our landfill sites, generally speaking, no matter whether it's recycling and or composting, etc., it increases the cost of our waste program. So when you run composting programs, you've got to feed that compost and turn it over and run a program so that most programs that I'm familiar with is the municipality would operate a composting program and then essentially in some way, shape or form, give that back to the community. So there's other programs that are out there where, for example, if a municipality in their landfill site are collecting trees and branches and so forth, then those get chipped up into mulch and can be given back to the community. So that's something I do have in my recommendations in my report for council to consider. But if, however, to be clear, if memory serves me correctly, this is actually the first time that we are actually speaking about this report, because when the report was presented to council, it was deferred for further discussion, and that has never returned to the council table for discussion. So I would also like to, and perhaps if anybody can correct me on that, please, that would be great. But to the best of my knowledge, this is really the first discussion that council has had about this report since I brought it to council in October.
Okay. So if I may,
Yes.
so I think we need to have that discussion. Whether that affects our budget discussions today, I don't know. Maybe you have a pocket of a pool of money somewhere that you can use to put some of these programs in place. I'm not sure, but we maybe don't have to get into it today. I just wanted to mention about the household hazardous waste. So that's the other item that we had talked about, and I guess that's another one that we can talk about further later on. You said you did a survey, right? You did a survey and received results back already, Vance?
Yeah, and what I can do is, like I say, I can quickly have a look at the results of that survey and get those back to you. If it's satisfactory to council, what I can do is in the spirit of time, and of course in consultation with our clerk, if there's a way that I can get that information to all of council quicker, because it's just it's a page with some questions on there, and we can quickly tabulate those results, and I can quickly get those back to council. I'm not certain if that would have to be in the form of a staff report, or if that's something that I could share with council through a different means. Again, I would defer to the clerk if there's a quicker way to get that information to you for the purposes of budget discussions.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll just leave it with you. I wouldn't want to make any changes on tipping fees or hours of operation before we had the results of that survey.
Certainly. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is going to pertain to the conference bylaw changes we've been considering, and I raise it because there's a number in there that has a question mark against it, and I'd like to know through the Director Mighton where we are in determining the number that would be satisfactory to provide some savings in the way of having all the conferences go online, or they have so far anyway. and giving people a choice as to how they spend their education dollars, and that's both council as well as staff. So if I could get an update on that, I would appreciate it.
Director Maitan.
Yes, so the 10,500 that you see in there, adding back into the budget, puts the council mileage, conferences, expenditures at the full amount prior to COVID. So that's the amount that would sort of put it back in there. So if that's the amount that's to be divvied up amongst council for training, or if you want to reduce that amount to provide some savings, but that puts it back in at the regular, the 10.5 in there. So.
Okay, through you, Madam Mayor, I guess the question is, what does that allow for in the way of dollars per, I'm assuming this is for council and like mayor, deputy mayor, and council members, but not staff yet, is that true?
Correct, that 10.5 would be council, so it would be $1,500 per council member if we were dividing up that 10.5.
Okay, I guess I would ask the rest of council, if they're happy to stay at that level, or whether or not we think we can contribute to move down on that.
Okay, are you looking for comments from our members of council, Councillor Townsend?
Yes, I am, and that's all the questions I had at this point too.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. I do see that Councillor Hutchinson has his hand up to the question posed.
Yes, just one question with that. So what happens if that money doesn't get used within the year? Does that roll over, or you just you have 1,500 per year and whatever gets used, and the rest is goes back into surplus?
Director Maitan.
That would be a decision of council whether you want it to be set aside for enhancing a future year, or whether it just becomes part of a year-end surplus, but that would be part of council's decision when they pass their bylaw.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So I understand Grey County funds a couple conferences for mayor and deputy mayor. So I just wanted to check in with mayor and deputy mayor. Have you required West Grey's support in attending additional conferences as well? Like, is this really helpful in supporting what your needs are? So I'm just checking in. Thank you.
So I can respond for myself as mayor and also serving as a Grey County councillor, and then I will defer to the deputy mayor. I utilize the conferences, and it's most helpful because there are delegations, and it's most important to be the spokesperson for those delegations, and also be represented at county where I can articulate concerns for West Grey or Grey County overall. So I've been most active in that regard, and feel that the conference portion is important for certain. So I will say that. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, please, to Councillor Hamilton's question.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and through you to Councillor Hamilton. Yes, myself, I attend through the county. I usually do AMO and Roma.
Okay.
And through the municipality, I usually do good roads, and obviously I was going to do the FCM, but we know what happened there. So yeah, they are used, and again, we do have the ability when we go through the county to actually get in on the delegation and speak on behalf of not just the county, but to raise attention to West Grey. And then when we get to a delegation, when we're going directly as West Grey, we try to double up and get the impact there. Thank you.
Wonderful. That's what I thought. I was just checking in. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other member of council? This is to Councillor Townsend's posed question on this. All right, I'm not seeing anyone else, Councillor. You still have the floor. Please go ahead, Councillor Townsend. Was there anything further?
Thank you. I just wondered whether or not we should leave it at the 10.5 and move forward and take advantage of getting the education or not. And I guess part of that may depend on where we sit at the end of our discussion as to whether there's a need to, contribute further, and we could offer up some of that as well if appropriate. And then the only other question we had is whether or not that's effective now or for the full year. Don't know that. I don't know. I know we're claiming, but the bottom line is we can take that off if we have to for anything we've already attended, or we can just start whenever the budget's passed. So I raised that as well. And I saw Director Mighton had her hand up.
Yes, and thank you very much for directing me over there. Director Mighton, please.
Yeah, basically we're under status quo with the same limitations that the existing bylaw has until council passes an amended bylaw incorporating whatever the new conference structure is for council. We do not operate under that.
Okay, further, Councillor Townsend?
Yeah, I guess I was going to recommend that what we do is we keep it where it is, and we start it whenever we pass it going forward for the rest of the year. And maybe we prorate it for this year, recognizing that we've already had some opportunity. And that's where the confusion might come in. Although we probably have each had at least one of the more significant conferences in the first part of the year, and we'll probably have another one at the end. So that might balance out as well under the two programs. But it would be cleaner if we had one for the whole year, but we don't. So again, if anyone else has any comment on that, but that would be my suggestion.
Well, thank you for that. I'm looking for any before I do that, Director Mighton.
Yeah, if you're looking for that clarity, you could always make it effective January 1st, 2022, and can finish the rebalance of this year under your current program if you think it might cause confusion between yourselves as to what your allowances are. You could always do it on a move forward in the new budget year in 2022 when you go to pass your bylaw. Just entirely discretion of council.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Any first-time speakers? Councillor Shea?
Thank you. I'm going to change the subject if I may.
Of course.
So looking at the summary, Director Mighton, towards the bottom, something we discussed this morning with the police, there's a reduction on the levy of $75,000 for COVID recovery funding. Further up, there's a $10,000 reduction from Safe Restart funding for recreation. Are those the same funds? Is that out of the 108,000?
No, those would be two separate funds. The Safe Restart funding, phase 2, we received $72,000 from that one. We've used or allocated 10,000 of that when we were looking at the recreation programming. The COVID recovery funding, the 108,000 is a separate fund, and that's where we were going to pull the 75,000 from for that one.
Okay,
sorry. No, go ahead.
So there's $33,000 left in the second one, and there's $62,000 left in the first one, or I might have those flipped.
Yep.
So should those not be applied as a reduction to the levy?
So what we've shown there, the budgets when they were originally developed for November of last year, they showed revenues at a level that would have been pre-COVID, if you will, ICE rental revenues of $120,000, when right now in the Durham Arena, we're sitting at $6,000. So we're looking at offsetting or using those, applying that instead of, because we know we're not going to hit our revenue targets. So it is being allocated to those lost revenues. Similar with hall rentals. So far to date, we've had zero revenue in our halls, and our budgets show $55,000 amongst all the different halls. So we're likely, depending on where the recovery comes in, are we going to get any bookings that will actually happen in 2021, or will people start booking maybe for 2022? But it's right now, I don't think we're going to hit our targets in those revenue lines as the budgets when they were originally prepared back in November. So those have been that sort of 90, what were we, about 95, about $95,000. I was looking at applying those against the lost recreation revenues and realigning those revenues to show the more reflective lower amounts.
Okay, so they have been accounted for. That was my concern.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor, is that your hand up as a first-time speaker?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and through you to Director Serwinski, I just have a question regarding the landfill that I think we talked about before, but basically I'd like to have an understanding on the public taking a bag to both Durham and, well, taking a bag of garbage in for $5 and the second bag for $2.50. And then obviously Waste Management transfers from both of those facilities out to Bentic. I've had a lot of people asking me, they don't understand the difference between curbside at $2 a bag and taking it there in the summer months, because, you know, obviously we've got a lot of, well, there's some things that happen in the summer with critters. So they just don't understand what the difference is between curbside and physically taking it there. Now, I think that's what I'm looking for clarity on that too. I can't figure that out myself. Thank you.
Director Schwinsky.
Yes, Your Worship. So if I'm clear, you would like a cost comparison of what it would of when residents take garbage to the landfill site and they're charged so many dollars per bag, as opposed to the bag tags that they put on their bags and where it's collected every 2 weeks.
Right, I'm assuming we're paid, it's by tonnage is from what I've been able to find, so we get charged by tonnage, even curbside. And then it would be, I would assume, tonnage from landfill to landfill. So the question that I keep getting asked over and over is, what is the difference if they apply a $2 tag to their garbage, take it to the landfill with that tag on a Saturday, on an off week when curbside's not available? Why are they getting penalized? You know, for 2 bags it's $7.50 versus 2 bags would be $4. So they just want clarity on, if I'm tagging it and I want to get it out for my own convenience and, you know, for the sake of it's going to be a full week before they return for curbside. They're trying to figure that out. So I guess my question is, what's the cost? I don't see the difference between curbside or moving it from landfill to landfill, or like a relocation.
Okay. Through Your Worship, if it's accessible to council, I can get that number back to you for clarification purposes so that council is aware of the costs for curbside collection with the bag tag, and as the question was asked, clarity with respect to what residents would pay to bring those bags to the landfill site, as well as the cost of as well as the cost per household for curbside collection.
Yeah, it's so I pay two at my curb. If I take it to the landfill and I put a tag on it, is what they want to know. What is the difference? They're picking it up here, or they're relocating from either one of our alternates, like at Durham or the Normandy landfill, and transferring that to Bentic, for example, like wherever they relocate it to. They're transferring it. So what they're trying to figure out, and I agree with the thought there, is what is the difference? Because they're moving, it's all based on tonnage relocation anyways, or you know, capacity of a truck, and that's all it is. And the other question I had is, I've noticed, I think in the past I used to watch them when they did pick up recycling, is that it all gets blended now. Is there a better way for them to collect? Because I see our handling charges are going up on the recycling. I think the community is doing a good job, but it seems like, you know, the more that we try to do, there seems to be more work involved in sorting it. So is their facility up to modern technology and they're able to separate this? And if so, like, I'd like to know what, you know, are they moving along like some of the other facilities that we've seen out there? Thank you.
So Director Schwinski, I wonder if that could be part of that overall discussion that we have with regard to waste management?
Certainly. I'll make every effort to get that back to council as soon as I can.
Yeah. I think so we stay focused on the budget at hand. I wasn't specifically looking at, I'm not hearing the specific number, but that would be an all-around discussion that we would have with regard to waste management. If council would be so inclined for that approach for it. Okay, anything further, Deputy Mayor? No, thank you. All right. Second time speakers, I'm first going to go to Councillor Hutchinson because I see the raised hand on your screen, just double checking if it's a question or comment or you forgot to take it down.
Yeah, I basically forgot to take it down. I'm just looking, so I'll delay for now. Thanks.
Okay, I'll circle back. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I was just going to elaborate on the curbside versus going into the landfill.
Okay.
The reason I support the increase is I can probably get 4 to 5 bags. I'm a user all the time because of animals and wind and whatever in the area that I live in, and I'd spend a lot more time picking it up than I would, and that's because of the nature of animals tearing it apart and when they come to collect it. But I can probably get 4 or 5 bags for the one charge if I take it into the landfill, and I've often wondered why it's so inexpensive, if you will, and we don't get the revenue that we probably should. Again, they're not that heavy because of the size, but by the same token, when you weigh it, you know, you can get 4 to 5 bags. And so I'd be looking, you know, supporting that increase, but it also means that if you use a landfill, which might not be the desired result that you want, and I'll leave that to the director to comment on, but if you actually figured that out, you would take your garbage to the landfill every time. You'd only do it when you've got enough to make it cost effective for you. And I'm not sure that's the result we really want to promote, but I'd be interested in the director's comments.
Schwinski.
Through your worship, a lot of moving parts in that question there. Could you just sort of re-clarify exactly what you're asking there, Councillor Townsend?
Sure. I never go to the landfill more than once every other week.
Right.
And unless I'm dropping off recycling, depending if there's any activities, which there hasn't been in the last year, really. But if we have family up and whatever, because there's only 2 in the house now, I could end up with 4 bags of garbage. I still pay $5. I never tip the weight to go up to the next level. Never.
Right.
And I've had 5 and still not gone there. I guess it depends on what's in there, if they're lighter containers versus whatever. And I've often wondered, is that the intent to encourage landfill visits? And I don't think it is, but I was interested in your feeling. Going to $10 might change that for those that do it casually. And I still support, you know, going that route, but I just didn't know if you realize that's in essence what was happening.
Through your worship, I do understand that when this model was essentially started here in West Grey, I do believe the two intentions were that one, to save dollars, the municipality opted for a pickup every 2 weeks, so that presented one bit of savings. The other reason why the operational charges and tipping fees and so forth is just to cover the waste handling operational, but it was also in an effort to encourage residents to recycle. Okay, so that's what those fees were there for. But as far as the bag tag limit and the actual tipping fee amount, I don't really think that there was any sort of intention to kind of correlate the two. It was just if you needed to take your garbage more often, or you had to get rid of your garbage more often than every 2 weeks, then that would be the option, is to take it to the landfill. That's about all I could comment on that.
Okay. Thank you.
And we do know that the Director Schwinsky will be bringing a report for discussion as well. Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'm going to change topics here. A question for our CEO, perhaps. We get some feedback as council about the gardens in our community and wanting our gardens to be weeded more often, or maybe there's even some gardens that we might consider rehabilitating back to wild grasses or something. So I just wanted to connect with our CEO to see, is there enough budget in place to do a few of those things for the summer, or would more resources be required? And I'm also keeping in mind that homecoming for Durham anyway is next year as well. So everyone's got, sprucing up our community on the mind, as I know it is for our CEO. But I just wanted to touch base at budget time about resources for parks and gardens, and if what we have is sufficient for this summer. Thank you.
CAO Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton, thank you for the question. We have been working with our Commercial Beautification Committee, and there has been an extensive inventory of Durham parks in particular. The parks in Ayton and Newstead seem to be managed quite nicely by dedicated and very busy volunteers. However, Durham is a bit of a challenge resource-wise. So I appreciate the question. I can also, Madam Mayor, have our Recreation Supervisor and our Director of Public Works assist me with the answer, because the budget is a little bit shared. When it comes to students, if they're considered students that are working on parks, that does belong to our Public Works team. And I'm not sure how the student recruitment is going for this year. In past summers, they've just managed to maintain the gardens that have had an investment. The extra gardens that are on that inventory haven't had the attention to the degree that we probably would like to do. And our treasurer can help me out as well. But I believe this budget is not enhancing any of those service levels at this point.
So first, let's get a response through Director Mighton with regard to the dollars. And then I'll go to Director Schwinsky and then Supervisor Hewlett. So it is a multi-layered response to your inquiry, Councillor Hamilton. Director Mighton.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. The CEO, I concur with her. It's just sort of a status quo type budget as far as the routine maintenance for the parks section.
Okay. Director Schwinsky, please.
Essentially, through your worship, that's primarily about all I can add to it as well, with respect to the cost for those gardens. But if there's anything further to that council wishes me to look into, I can.
We'll appreciate that, Director Schwinsky. Supervisor Hewlett.
Currently, the budget is just status quo from the garden maintenance previously.
Very good. Councillor Hamilton, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Robinson. So I think I'd be asking a lot right now to say, staff, give me a number that you need to improve said gardens. But that does come to mind about balancing the pressures we're also under. But status quo, we're getting quite a bit of pushback from our community. So what would be a good next step just to gather a bit of information? Like, or would staff be able to think about this and come back to council with, hey, if we had this a little bit more, we could hire another student, or I don't know. Where do we go from here to our CEO? Thank you.
Madam CAO.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hamilton. This has been a topic that honestly we've wanted to address for a couple of summer seasons already. So I really do appreciate you raising it today. you know, we are mindful, just as council is, of budget pressure. So that's why we're here looking at the status quo and taking this summer to analyze what we should be doing with some of these extra green spaces and gardens. I know Mr. Hewlett has some projects in his work plan that I'd be welcoming him to speak to, Madam Mayor. But our next step, the CBC is getting together at our next meeting to go over that inventory. We did do some work in last year to identify parks that perhaps aren't really worth keeping. You know, how do we repurpose those into something that's a lot less maintenance? So that's our next step. And once we have that list of priorities identified, that would be our trigger to come back to council. However, Madam Mayor, if we could bring Mr. Hewlett in and he could share his work plan on how he was going to address some of these, I think that'd be helpful for council as well.
Certainly. Supervisor Hewlett.
Yes, absolutely. And with that being said, at the start of the pandemic, I'll say last year, we did make the decision to put hiring our usual summer park students on hold. So that put a little bit more pressure on other existing staff for maintenance. So this year we do have plans to bring on, typically we bring on about 2 park students through a Canada Summer Jobs grant to help with the maintenance of our gardens. So that will assist in the regular upkeep for this year, as well as we do have plans with the CBC to look at, as Madam CAO had mentioned, to look at our existing inventory of gardens and seeing either what we can cut back or what we can plant in them that is, I'll say, more natural to the environment and will require less maintenance on our behalf, as opposed to going with the larger, showier gardens that require much maintenance and weeding. Going with the more natural level makes it much easier on everybody's effect. And
Great. Thank you for that response. And, you know, I just heard for the first time was it's not status quo compared to last year, because last year you didn't have 2 students. So over last year, we'll have our 2 students back. So that's good news. I'm glad to hear that. And I hear the next steps about prioritizing as well. And I look forward to staff coming back to council with that plan and with the funding that might be required to move that plan along. So thank you for that information. It's really appreciated.
Well, thank you. Further questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. New topic again. The grants to organizations. We've set that at the same level for this year as we did last year. I'm assuming we have to wait until after the budget is approved before we call for people to make requests or let them know it's there. Is that perception true, or are you getting requests already?
Director Maiton.
I have received a couple letters, but council still has to develop their new policy or format. But we have the same allocation, the $16,000. But how you're going to divvy it up, that will be determined once you get your policy developed for how you're going to receive the applications and score them and all of that. But that currently the pot that's there is 16,000, similar to last year.
Okay, and who is actually developing a recommended policy? Is that the responsibility of admin? Is that recreation, or where are we going for it? Or is it yourself, Madam Director?
I wonder, I think it's Clerk Sharbuck, if I might just interject there. Clerk Sharbuck, this falls under your portfolio?
Through your worship, yes, it does. So we have a draft policy and program for community grants. What council was looking for was an alternative process, or I guess a lighter application and measurement process matrix for grants that were $500 or less. So that so it will come back with that option for $500 or less grants. There still has to be a process and there still has to be some accountability, but lighter than the full application that might be for thousands of dollars. But at this point in time, I guess the question is, what is the pot amount that's going to be divvied up? So the policy will come back in time with an education plan, really just to educate our users this year and push more on the application instead of the one-off requests or letters to council for 2022. But for 2021, even with or without a change in policy or program, I guess I would wonder what that pot is. 16,000, I think, was the 2020 amount that was reduced greatly from the 2019 pre-COVID amount. So the 2020 amount, I believe, was divided only between 2 organizations. So is it council's wish to stay with that $16,000 and perhaps divvy it up more, or add to the community grant pot? I guess it's just the number, but yes, the policy will be coming back, just amended to allow for a lighter process for the lower grants.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I was actually going to ask exactly the same questions that you just raised about, is the pot adequate? Is it, fine? The other thing I was going to raise, well, 2 things actually. The first one is the commitment we have on the Markdale Hospital. And let's not forget that. And now that they're cutting ground, it becomes a more reality of that ongoing commitment annually to get to where we need to be. And then the other one has to do with the fact that homecoming next year is the 150th, it's a Durham homecoming, sorry, is the 150th anniversary of Durham itself. So the question is, do we want to, as a municipality, participate, contribute in that? And do we do it in 2021 and 2022? Do we do it all in 2022? Do we do it at all? And I would encourage the municipality to get involved. I think you're going to find the fundraising is not going to be as vibrant as it has been in the past. We're hoping we can stimulate it back, but you don't know that. And so I'm just saying, let's make it as successful as we can, particularly since it's the 150, and we already are looking at things like the multiple avenues available from both levels of government to go there as well. So that's still an outstanding item to be discussed at council, I believe. That's all my questions and comments.
Thank you. Going to go to Councillor Shea, then Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Thank you. Going back to grants to organizations, I believe last year we had prepared to, allocate a certain amount into a pool for organizations with the effect that a more formal process would be developed somewhere down the road. So I understand we're still developing that process, and it will likely kick in 2022. But then last year, when COVID hit, we said, okay, a blanket, we're just going to cancel all grants to organizations, save 2 which were involved in the food bank and something else of a similar nature.
The hospital.
The hospital, yes, thank you. But we do have organizations that are continuing to provide services to the community and that we have received requests from. And so I don't know if we're planning to just continue to say a blanket no to everyone until we have this new, save those 2 exceptions, until we have this new thing in place in 2022, or if we're prepared to say on a piecemeal basis, as we've done in the past, yes to this, and yes to this, maybe to this. I don't know which way we're going. I know we received a request from the soccer club and that their request for, I believe it's $1,500 traditionally, is for maintaining the fields which I think we own, and which they've indicated they maintain whether soccer is being played or not. So it seems like it would be an appropriate allocation of funds. But I just don't know if we've had the full discussion, or if we're going to have that discussion, and if there is no plans to have any further discussion about it, I'd like to suggest that we fund the soccer club to the tune of $1,500 for maintaining the fields.
Sure, but I wonder if you could just give a summary response, please.
Sure, yes. Through you, Your Worship, the goal is to have the community grant program and policy in place as soon as possible. But regardless of that, whatever requests come in, I think in 2021 was the year that we would adopt that policy and program and do an education plan, but not necessarily people hold organizations to, no, you must apply for a grant. You can't just send a letter to council. So there's a bit of a time lag between learning about this is how we're doing it moving forward. But for this year, we're going to keep receiving those requests. The only decision, I guess, and it is a key decision for council, is does the 2020, I'll call it the COVID amount for community grants stand at $16,000, or do you want that increased? And would the soccer club's request come out of the $16,000, or would it be on top of that? I guess just the lump amount is really important to think about. And then are we going back to the pre-COVID amount? I'm not sure what that was, but I'm sure our Director of Finance can help us out. But yeah, first we need to decide on the amount that council wants to have in the budget for community grants as we work through learning about a new policy and program or measuring those. So this is still a year for the request. It's a council decision. Is it a blanket no, we're still in COVID, or is there more added to that pot?
Councillor Shea?
Well, I think that grants to community groups is some of the best investments that we can make. For the little tiny grants that we give, we trigger immense amounts of volunteer effort and community pride. So I would look towards keeping the overall grants to organizations, particularly small organizations, at pre-COVID levels. I'm eager to have a more formalized process, but in the interim this year, I would think that we should just carry on with the old process of doing an ad hoc approval process. Perhaps I would even be happy to hand this to staff to say that, you know, if people have received grants traditionally, that they should continue to receive the similar level funding for this year, and advise them that the policy is changing next year. I don't really want to get into the weeds on this and have like long, lengthy discussions about $500 here and $400 there. But I do think it's a wise investment in the community. And in particular, I'd like to see the soccer club supported, because they are caring for our infrastructure with that funding. Thank you.
Thank you. And that perhaps is something that can be built onto our list as we're moving forward. However, I see Councillor Hutchinson now.
Yeah, question for our director. Is the $16,000 that we have right now on our grants to organization, is that in the budget, Carrie?
Yes, you just have 16,000 in the draft budget. Yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion that we keep it the same, given that I don't think we're going to have the same requests this year that we've had. Well, we have more than last year, but even before that, because even now you hear of events that aren't going to take place. I already know some are deciding about not having their Canada Day celebrations. I think you're going to still find things that are going to be canceled. I know the soccer club is running, but it's going to be a modified program. So I would suggest that we, I'd like to make a motion that we stay with $16,000. We take in applications as they come forward. And if they don't apply, they probably don't need the money, or they're not going to run their event. And with the idea that we're going to look at a protocol or bylaw and put it in place for next year. So I think for the sake of argument and for the sake of time, I think we go with $16,000. I would also like to include that in the motion for the soccer club. Even if we give them $1,000, it would be something for them to help with their maintenance, and take the other ones as they come in, with the understanding that our funds are limited this year and that some events will not necessarily run anyways. So I'd like to make a motion on that.
Very good. Clerk Sharbuck, I wonder if you could read that back, as you're really good at wordsmithing.
Through you, your worship, I have moved by, sorry, I'm just in e-scribe here as well.
Okay,
Moved by Councillor Hutchinson that the community grants amount in the 2021 budget remain at $16,000.
okay. Councillor Hutchinson, are you satisfied with that wording?
Yeah, do we need to put in there something about and to administer as per demand or per application? Or is that part of the procedure? Clerk wants to speak.
Through you, your worship, is there an amount of this 16,000 that's already committed to the hospital?
Director Maiton?
I think so.
No decisions have been made by council to date on that 16,000.
Then through you, your worship, I would say that Councillor Townsend has a good point.
Hutchinson.
Oh, sorry. That the community grants amount in the 2021 budget remain at 16,000 to be administered on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, and I have an inquiry of you, Councillor Hutchinson. You mentioned the soccer club. I'm just inquiring, is that to be part of your motion or not? I just want to make sure nothing has been left out.
Well, it depends on how we're going to accept it. Are we going to bring the application back to council to okay? If we are, we can do this one now that we have it, or we can wait. Doesn't matter to me.
Okay. Clerk Sharback to that, and then I'd be looking for a seconder. And then I'm also going to have to wrap up and how we're going to dispose of the other items. So.
Through you, your worship, I think if you want to clarify an amount for the soccer club at this point in time, that's up to council. I'm not sure what other requests have come in, or if council would like to see a list of all the requests at the same time and then decide there might be enough for perhaps all of the requests to get 1% of their request or something like that. It's up to council. I don't have it included in this resolution. We can include an amount for soccer, or we can bring back a list of all the requests to date to look at all together.
Thank you.
Whatever you say.
As mover, what do you want to do?
Let's leave it and deal with it at a later date, other than to make the motion to keep it at 16,000.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
I'll second the motion, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so Clerk Sharback, I wonder if you could please read the motion at hand.
Through your worship, the motion moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Shea is that the community grants amount in the 2021 budget remain at $16,000 and that grant requests be addressed on a case-by-case basis.
Any questions to the motion? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion has carried. Thank you. So members of council, we're drawing to the 2:30 mark for adjournment. I'm just looking to Clerk Sharback in terms of how we can address the remaining motions, the remaining reports and items that are on the agenda. I think it automatically through our procedural bylaw moves over to the next meeting. However, I'd like you to interpret our new procedural bylaw for us, please.
Your worship, we do have a few more things on the agenda, and they will go forward to the next budget meeting, which we don't have scheduled yet. So is it council's wish to schedule a special budget meeting at this point in time, or would everybody like to consult their calendars and we could do a doodle poll?
Yeah.
So it's up to council. I think there's a lot on here to add to a regular agenda.
And I agree. And I think it does, we're prudent to have another special council meeting dealing with the budget. I would suggest to members of council that this can be done through doodle poll so that we're all able to look at our calendars to ensure that our availability sooner than later, I suspect, is as we're just got a lot of momentum in this whole budget deliberation. So I wonder with council's agreement that that we will schedule another special council meeting for budget purposes, but we will have that inquiry through a doodle poll. I see Councillor Hutchinson, your hand was up first, and then Councillor Towns.
Yeah, just before we leave it, if I wouldn't mind having our Director of Finance just sort of clarify where we are in terms of the budget. Page 31, that you did go over that once before, which is the overall tax impact. And I'd like you to just redo those numbers, you wouldn't mind, Carrie, just so that I can make a note here, because I had a question with one of them.
Okay, so before we do that, and we can do that, but I just want the agreement from members of council in terms of a next budget meeting and doodle poll on that. So am I seeing any issues with regard to that? Are we all good for it? Councillor Townsend, was your inquiry of that at all? No? Okay. So is that our pathway forward, members of council? I see Councillor Hamilton's okay. Yes. Councillor Shea? Yes, thank you. All right, so that's our pathway forward. We will have a date for the a date and time for the budget, and that'll be obviously notice out to the public on that. Well, thank you. Going back to you, Councillor Hutchinson, your inquiry of Director Mighton in terms of where we at right now, correct? Yes, please.
So with the decisions, we've got separate from that, you did a separate motion for the police board budget and grant usages. So we now have what we've accomplished today. The ice resurfacer, we're removing the $40,000 transfer to reserve funded from the tax levy and using modernization funding in the amount of $36,750. So it's a reduction of $40,000. There was the correction on the traffic speed signs to reduce by $30,000. The adjusted the fire, removing the workwear for the 3 stations, $17,250 for a reduction. The construction loan borrowing for the police station, removing that is a reduction of $300,000. Adding the estimated growth in taxation of $186,000. The wage grid implementation adjustment of $62,000, and increasing the landfill revenues through a change in tipping fees effective July 1st of $26,500. So those changes get us down to a tax increase of $549,856 or 5.3%. So the tax impact on that, on the overall tax rate, would be 3.5% or $39.99 per 100,000 of assessment.
Okay, thank you. All right. Does that satisfy your question as we're coming to the time, Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, just a quick question. Under the 221 residential amount, you got tax based on a $100,000 assessment. What's the $3,000 right at the bottom? Like, that doesn't make sense. It says the total is $1,100.73 on a $100,000 assessment. But then there's a $3,000 figure under that. What does that mean?
So if the average assessment of a home in West Grey on residential is $258,000, that would mean their taxes would go from $2,900 to $3,003. So that's just using a sample of, if your home was $258,000, that's what it is. I'm looking at, I've got the adjusted amount in my screen at the moment. Your amount might be different in the 3,000. Mine now is down to 3,003. But that's because of the changes that we've done today.
Okay, that's
just
fine.
To give a scenario. Yeah.
It didn't have any wording beside it, so
I'll add that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor, thank you. Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion to adjourn?
No, I have one quick comment, if you don't mind.
Okay,
would
quick,
like to see
please.
pages 6 of 34, 7 of 34, and 8 of 34 republished. And
Okay.
I'm not sure how you share that with the public, but it should also be shared with them, obviously. But those are the pages that really give you the summaries, so we can see where we are in anticipation of our next one. I know it'll come out then, but while it's fresh in our mind, it'd be nice to review it now, just in case we see something
Thank you
different,
for
if you
that.
don't mind.
Thank you. So.
And then I'll move the motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Clerk Sharback, and you might have heard the request for the reprinting of those pages. Thank you. Yes, all right. Clerk Sharback, to item number 10, adjournment. Would you please read the recommendation?
For you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that we do now adjourn at 2:31 p.m. to meet again on April 6th, 2021, or at the call of the chair.
Councillor Townsend, you are moving the motion?
Yes, excuse me,
you.
Councillor Townsend. Yes, I'll move the motion.
Thank you. And as a seconder? Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding the motion to adjourn?
Councillor Hutchison seconds the motion, yes.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned. Thank you very much, one and all. Have a good rest of your day.